my beautiful little unicorns, and welcome back to my channel. And if this is the first time that you're on my channel, please allow for me to introduce myself to you. My name's Vanessa Somuayina. You guys know me as the Unicorn Mom, as well as your favorite psychic CEO right here on YouTube. And in today's Pick a Card Psychic Prediction, these 4 groups and crystals are going to reveal everything that you need to know right now. That's right, you guys, if you were looking for a holistic tarot card prediction that encompasses all areas of your life and gives you all the information that you have to receive, then this timeless reading is perfect for you. And in order for you to figure out precisely what's coming towards you and everything that you have to know right now, I have prepared 4 groups for you to choose from, and I would like you to pick one of these 4 groups intuitively. And as a side note, for all of you who have been dying to get your hands on my Pastel Journey Tarot deck, I literally just restocked this on Amazon yesterday evening. The link to this deck is below in the description box. I mean, just look at these stunning tarot cards. You guys can see why this deck has been sold out literally for years. Ever since publishing this deck, it has been so popular. So don't say that I didn't tell you so. The link is in the description box. Right now, my Pastel Journey Tarot deck is only available on Amazon in the US, but I am working on a worldwide restock for you guys. So simply watch the space and you'll be the first to find out. Now, coming back to today's predictions, these are the 4 mesmerizing groups that I've got prepared for you today. Group number 1 corresponds to the Moonology Oracle deck, as well as the Amazonite Crystal Point. Group number 2 corresponds to the Magical Spirit Oracle deck, as well as the Malachite Crystal Palm Stone. Group number 3 corresponds to the Gold Foil Tarot deck, as well as the Pyrite Crystal. And group number 4 corresponds to the Circle of Doors Tarot deck, as well as the Speckled Jasper Crystal Point. And as usual, my gorgeous souls, the timestamps to all 4 of these groups can be found below in the description box, as well as pinned to the top of the comment section. That way you've got quick and easy access from your mobile devices, your laptops, and your TVs. Because, spoiler alert, I'm going to be going into some great detail with these predictions, so we will leave no stone unturned, no message will be left unread. So make sure that you get a beverage of your choice, a little snack to make yourself feel comfortable, as we delve into the magical world of tarot and oracle message, which contain everything that you need to know right now. All right, my beautiful soul, I will now give you a moment of privacy to meditate on these 4 groups. Feel free to pause the video right here if you need a minute to make up your mind as to which group you would like to choose. Then I will get straight into the reading, starting off with group number 1, which corresponds to the Moonology Oracle deck and the Amazonite Crystal Point. So if this is the group that you chose, then simply continue watching after I give you this moment of privacy right now. And for all of you who end up selecting one of these 3 other fabulous groups, I will catch you at the click of your timestamps. Hello, my gorgeous soul of group number 1. You chose the Moonology Oracle deck, as well as the Amazonite Crystal Point. This is the gorgeous Amazonite right here. I mean, isn't it just such a stunning crystal? I really love how intensely blue this crystal looks, and also the calming effects that it has on an energetic level when it comes to the energies and frequency that this crystal point emits. But now, let's delve into your reading. We'll be using different oracle and tarot decks throughout your prediction. And of course, there will be so many messages uncovered that I'm sure you didn't expect, but I truly trust will resonate with you. So group 1, let's get into it. First up, we've got the new moon in Libra. A new romantic cycle begins. Group number 1, what you had to hear is that there is a new romantic life that's taking place and taking off for you. Whether you are single or you're in a committed relationship or marriage, a renewal of your romantic cycle means a renewal of the excitement, a renewal of love, a renewal of feeling wanted and feeling desired, but also seeing someone in the light of being a soulmate, being a forever partner. So with your new romantic cycle that's beginning, I'm getting a very calm type of energy. That's probably also why you chose the Amazonite, because you've had your fair share of dramas within this lifetime, and you have decided you want balance. That's why we've got the new moon in Libra. New moons always represents fresh beginnings, and in case you didn't know this, Libra is the sign of the zodiac that loves balance and craves balance, basically cannot exist without a good helping of balance within each and every situation. Libra is not the type to argue unnecessarily. And I want you to know here furthermore with the full moon in Leo is that you are done with allowing for pride or ego to get in the way of happiness and fulfillment. You have had your own fair share of moments in which you thought to yourself that you're not going to allow for others to get away with mistreating you. You're going to serve them a piece of their own cake and so on. But you learned that there's no point in that. Karma will do its job. You do not have to do karma's job whatsoever. And with the full moon in Leo, this shows that all of the attention moving forward is coming back onto you, your success, and how you can become the highest version of yourself. You're not focused on teaching others a lesson. I see that just a couple days from you receiving this reading, what I'm getting here is the first test that will show up that will confirm that you are this person who doesn't allow for pride to get in the way. You will be on the street, either in a car or in a public transportation, and you are going to come very close to a potentially challenging situation on the street. Nothing's going to happen, okay? You're not going to get into an accident, but what's going to happen is that another person will make a mistake while driving, and rather than you getting extremely upset, maybe pointing a finger at them, yelling within the car, maybe even flipping them off, you just simply say to yourself, you're happy, nothing happened, people make mistakes, and you're not going to flip someone off, you're not going to get into an argument or any kind of negativity, even if it's behind the screen with anyone, because it's not worth it. If they were so much in a rush that they had to make that mistake, that's up to them, but you are not going to engage in that type of dangerous behavior, nor are you going to endanger other people on the street by allowing that individual to distract you. That will be a test that you will pass. The conclusions are within reach. The full moon eclipse message that we're receiving here is that you have found that all of the answers that you need are always apparent if you are open enough to seeing them. So as you are at work, as you are dealing with other people professionally, clients, someone within the next, let's figure out how many days from this reading. All right, someone within the next day, we've got the number 1, within the next day of you receiving this psychic prediction, they're going to come to you with a complaint. They're going to come to you with something that they're not happy about. And using our astro dice, I see here they're in Aries. Aries, coincidentally, or shall I call this a synchronicity, is also the first sign of the zodiac. So it corresponds in numerology to the number 1 perfectly. You've got a fiery Aries. That is a fire sign. That is someone who is ruled by Mars. Mars is the heavenly body of aggressiveness, assertiveness, of competition, all right? Independence, pioneering. And I want you to know here that when this kind of person comes towards you with a complaint, it feels very overtly aggressive. It feels like they are doing too much. Whether this is a boss, a coworker, a client, I want you to know that rather than looking at it as if you made this big mistake and looking at it as if you did something that deserves this kind of reaction, you're understanding conclusions are right within reach. And the issue is that person, they don't feel heard. They don't feel seen. They feel as though the mistake that was made within your business, within your services, they feel as though it's not being addressed in a satisfactory way that gives them validation. All they want is to feel seen. All they want is to feel heard. So rather than you going back and thinking, oh, I did something wrong, or even getting defensive. You're not doing that whatsoever. You are way smarter than that, group number one. What you're doing is you're getting even more enraged than them. You're like, yeah, you're so right. This can absolutely not continue in this manner. Not only am I going to refund you, but I'm going to actually give you this thing for free because I want you to walk out of here happy. I want to make sure that you have an amazing experience because it's not right. You trusted us. You trusted me. You put good faith into my business. You trusted me with your hard-earned money. And this cannot be. These mistakes cannot happen. They will be shook, group number one. They'll be like, what just happened? How is this person more enraged than I am? I thought I was the rageful Aries here. I thought I was the one who was on fire, who was making this person shiver and shake and uncomfortable. Now, literally, with how enraged they have become and how obsessed group number one seems with solving my problem, actually, this is like wildly enough a huge turn on. As a customer, they're like, oh my God, I love this situation. And they will have the best experience ever with you to the point where their word of mouth is going to give you a lot of additional traction. So professionally speaking, you are handling things like a pro. And what your guides are trying to say to you, group number one, use these skills because no one else has them the way you do. Within the waxing crescent moon, have faith in your dreams. Understand here that there are so many individuals who have realized extremely big dreams that you aren't even dreaming big enough. You don't even know what kind of potential lies within you, group number one. And you can sometimes shy away from dreaming as big as possible and having that faith in your dreams when you have little setbacks. When you have little setbacks with your health, little setbacks in your personal life, little setbacks in day-to-day situations where you think to yourself, am I really cut out to be this entrepreneur? Am I really cut out to be a YouTuber, a podcaster, a blogger, an influencer? Am I really cut out to finish this nursing and teaching school? Am I really going to make it through law school? You know, whatever your situation is here in the waxing crescent moon is what Spirit is trying to address, that first of all, you can change your mind. All right, there are people who have gone from studying law to working in the stock market to becoming doctors to becoming entrepreneurs. There are people who started off as mowing lawns, gee, tongue twister right there, mowing lawns, and then graduated to becoming real estate developers. Obviously, it doesn't happen overnight, but you have to have faith in your dreams and in your vision. And if you envision your dream version of yourself right now, what do you see, group number one? And I would love for you to share this. Put a little crescent moon emoji below in the comment section. Share with me, share with the unicorn family, with us, your dreams, because I would love to validate you. I would love to give you a little heart confirmation below in the comment section to perhaps be able to comment back on your dreams, your aspirations that you have for your life, and to remind you that it's all possible. And if I can do it, if I can be a full-time entrepreneur, author, YouTuber, tarot reader, if I can do all of that, I can coach, I can have my online courses, my memberships, then so can you, group number one, because I didn't know what I was doing either. The Three of Coins brings the message that what you have to hear is that collaboration is what will shoot you forward in immeasurable ways. What I mean by that is find people who have the results that you desire. That's what I do when I look for a mentor or a coach or a teacher or even a friend. I try to become friends with people or associate with people who have done something that I want to accomplish as well. And I try to broaden my horizon. So because I'm an entrepreneur, that doesn't mean that all of my friends are only entrepreneurs. Perhaps I have got a close friend who works in a 9 to 5, and this is actually true, and she is so organized, she's so dedicated, she's so politically correct and knows how to deal with people that she has been extremely successful in her 9 to 5. And I love collaborating with her, asking her questions, asking her what goes on in that world, because first of all, I employ people myself, so it's important for me to know what they like, what the dynamics are, what they don't like, what makes them feel valued and cherished, and what doesn't. And then secondly, I learn from her better people skills, because a lot of leaders, a lot of business owners, a lot of even CEOs, they're actually not the best leaders because they haven't dealt enough with putting themselves into the shoes of others. They lack empathy. They lack an understanding. And here in the Three of Coins, the more you associate with different people, the more you learn from a lot of different individuals, and you use that for what your goals are, the more of a well-rounded, amazing leader, business person, mother, father, just human in general you will be. So let's move a little more deeply into this. Next up, we've got the Page of Wands, and I love this deck because this is a Disney themed deck, and a subscriber sent this to me about, I want to say 2 years ago. I've been loving having this deck in my collection, and I'm so forever grateful for all of you who send me decks and books that I end up using in these videos, and you're like, oh my god, I saw the deck that I sent you in the video, I loved it. So thank you guys so much. The Page of Wands brings the message that what you have to know here is that you simply need to rub this bottle, you need to rub this flask, your genie will appear. But you have to have the courage to do so. You have to kind of challenge yourself in a way. The Page of Wands is telling you right now you need a challenge. Right now you need to do something differently. Right now we need you to step out of your comfort zone. And you may be asking yourself, okay, but how? How can I step out of my comfort zone? What comfort zone should I step out of? Let's see precisely what message occurs for you, group number one, when it comes to stepping out of your comfort zone, getting your genie out of your bottle. Ooh, we've got your home and we've got prosperity. The more that you completely revamp and change your home, the more prosperity will come in. Wow. So you creating the type of feng shui, the type of energetic frequency and vibration in your home that makes you the person who is as successful as you possibly can be will make you a lot more money. So what this means is that you have to make your home a money-making machine by working on your home and getting out of what is now the comfort zone. So literally move the orientation of your bed and your bedside table. Next time you are walking by a lamp, you're walking by candles, move them, put them somewhere else in the room. See how the light shining from a different area affects you. Also, one thing that I personally noticed is that when I am sitting in a place where my back is centered towards the door, so basically I couldn't see if someone enters the room because my back is facing the door, I don't like that. Subconsciously, it makes me less confident. So when I'm working on my business, I'm working on my laptop, I am less confident than if I am facing the door front on and I can see who's coming in. I noticed that myself, but that's me. We all have different energies. We all have different personalities. We've all had different traumas and experiences. So some of us may feel safer if we're facing the door. Others, we don't even notice that. Some of us need more daylight. So it's best for you to put your desk in a place where there is direct daylight that is shining onto your desk and shining onto you, which, by the way, use sunscreen if you are coming in contact with direct daylight throughout the day while you're working or studying. So this is really about knowing you, knowing your lifestyle, and knowing what you want to accomplish. And this is something that your guides are trying to say to you. Even if your setup seems weird or really quirky or really unconventional, who cares, all right? How often do you really have guests over or people who are sleeping at your house or staying over anyways to justify trying to have a perfect guest room or trying to make your home very comfortable when other people come to visit and to kind of make it conventional and normal? It's not worth it, group number one. Your guides are trying to say to you, Take a risk, do something weird, do something quirky, but in the end, it will have you focusing so much better and it will make you more confident in your own home. And the confidence that you gain from this is going to create, as already mentioned, a lot more prosperity. And one thing that I'm also getting is this prosperity may even reach the point where you're buying a home. All right, you're buying a home, you're renting it out. The prosperity is here in the sense of a rental property. Like, you don't have to depend on just one home, one stream of income. I'm getting, wow, we have true confirmation from your guides for this. Group number 1, moving up. Career is on the rise, new offers and opportunities, a salary increase, going to the next level. Your guides are trying to say to you, take this opportunity to go to the next level. All you have to do is tweak your environment a little bit, the environment that's within your control, which is your home. That is what's in your control. That is the part of the environment that you live in that you can change, that is within your control. And your guides are saying, do it. Do it, do it now. Do not put it off. Right when you're done receiving this reading, take your notes, make sure you're paying attention to your prediction, and then act on it. Don't just be here, listen in, and then move on with your life once you're done receiving this psychic reading. Act on it. Write it down within your notes. Literally right now, pause the video, write it down within your notes app, within your actual physical notes, whatever you need to do, put it within your calendar, make an appointment, make sure that you play around with the setup of your furniture, the orientation of your furniture, and the lighting within your house. Next up, we have endings. The cycle is over. It's time for you to make a change. There's a rebirth. It's time to say goodbye. So your spirit guides are trying to communicate to you that once you have moved up, once you have created this newfound prosperity, this newfound kind of richness, let's just put it that way, there will be some endings, okay? Some people will not be able to relate with you anymore, and those are the type of people that you shouldn't be afraid to let go of. Because the right people, the people who want to see you win, who aren't afraid of you doing better than them even, those are the type of people that you can safely keep around that are not going to sabotage more of your success later down the line. Because one thing I see here in fast changes is that things are happening very suddenly in a very short period in a hurry. Take bold steps forward. That is the message that you're receiving here, that you had to know, that you had to come in touch with right here and right now, because you hesitate. And when you hesitate, you miss out on opportunity. When you hesitate, you slow things down. And guess what? Prosperity loves speed. Money loves speed. Success loves speed. So it's important that when you are on this wave, when you are on the fast track, that you stay on the fast track and you don't feel as though you should slow yourself down, because what if you make a wrong move? What if you do a misstep? It doesn't matter. You'll figure it out along the way. Nobody makes 100% of the right and best decisions 100% of the time. Remind yourself of that. Literally, you're in the same boat as every other human being, whether this is a mother, whether it's someone's girlfriend, whether this is the CEO of a Fortune 500 company, or a small business owner or teacher. None of us always make 100% of the best decisions 100% of the time. And one truth that is to be revealed as well is that we don't know all of the options, because there are infinite amount of ways in which you can decide to do things. Even just waking up in the morning, there are infinite amounts of ways in which you can get up from your bed, what you can wear, how you can brush your teeth. Do you shower? Do you groom yourself? Do you put on makeup? Do you do your hair? Do you put on jewelry? What socks do you wear? How quickly do you do these things? Do you have breakfast? Do you fast? Do you have a coffee, a matcha, a tea? Do you just drink water? Do you put lemon into it? So there are so many different ways. There are an infinite amount of combinations of ways in which you can do things. And you will never know which is the absolute best, which is the most effective, which will yield the biggest, greatest result. You can just take a wild guess and you can just do your best. And literally the worst thing that could happen is that you course correct. But what will really set you back, what will really be a quote unquote bad decision, is not making a choice at all and staying stagnant. So go ahead with these fast changes. And I love how Spirit and our angels are right here in the room with us. They're right here in where we are within this reading. Many choices, opportunities abound when you are in a dilemma. All roads lead to Rome. Look at all your options. Literally, you have so many choices, so many options. Even when you feel like you're looking at every single way, every single option, every single path, there are still millions of other paths that you're not even thinking of, that you're not even seeing, but those are possibilities as well. So I want you to only focus on possibilities that serve you. That is a huge message for you, group number 1. Like, if you take anything from your reading, which, by the way, we're just at the beginning of, but if you take anything from this psychic reading of yours, then that should be that in any situation, look for the choices that will lead to your desired outcome. Never ever dwell on, oh, well, it looks like I might not make it. I might not make this test. I might not be able to make as much money as I wanted to make. I might not be able to travel to where I wanted to go. I might not be able to live the life I wanted to. No. What if you can? What if that is one of the endless possibilities? Because every single version of you, it exists. But it is about which version of you in the quantum field are you learning to access. And learning to access the highest version of you, and the version of you that is most sought after by yourself, by your own desires, that is you only focusing on the desirable outcomes. And even when you get stuck at a crossroads, even when you hit a challenging, hard path, let's say you are starting your own business and you're not really making the kind of money you thought you would be making by now. Okay, the one opportunity could be to dwell on that and to constantly ask yourself why it's not working. But the other opportunity could also be you have learned so many lessons and now you will make 10 times more from 1 month to the next than you would have made continuing to just trickle down a road of not making mistakes, of not grinding, of not trying all of these different things. Because trust me, there are so many people who professionally, for a very long time, it was crickets. It was work, 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 feeling tired and feeling down and out, nothing, no sale. It was work, 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 disappointment, overthinking. And they kept going in this cycle without giving up. And then it becomes work, 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 work. You just got paid. Work, work, you got paid again. You work a little more, you get paid. Now you're getting paid, paid, paid. You work a little. You get paid some more, you work a little more over here. But now all of a sudden, payments are coming more frequently than you're actually putting in the work. What if that's a possibility? What if that's an option? And that's precisely where, numerologically speaking, you were meant to receive this number 1212. You will be seeing this number from the time of you receiving your psychic prediction. This number represents persistence. If you ask yourself, well, what does this mean? I keep seeing 1212. It means you are being persistent. The message we've got here is, oh, happy day. An ample opportunity related to your life's purpose is just around the corner. Take immediate action once it pops up. Of course, a lovely partnership or an epic romance is also in the cards. We spoke about your new romantic cycle, a renewal of your romantic life. So any hiccups you've been having in love, they will smooth out. But a huge part here in 1212 with your persistence is that the more that you persist, the more that you will actually find, you know what? This is really paying off. I'm so glad that I didn't give up sooner. I'm so glad that when things got tough, I didn't just throw in the towel, because guess what? Getting through those most challenging patches meant that so many people dropped out when I didn't. So many people gave up when I continued to persist. And now I am one of the few at the top, and I am one of the few that are actually winning, that are actually the most successful. Next up, we've got 2020. What this number represents, and if you think back at year 2020, why did I say 2020? When you think back at 2020, is what I meant to say, my gorgeous soul of group number 1. You're thinking of compassion, mercy, diplomacy, potential. This is a confirmation that your assumptions and beliefs are correct, but it's also an encouragement to use your talents and gifts because they will benefit the world and your pockets. Be of service to others. Your potential is enormous. Remember in 2020, when the world went through a very big shift, we heard about a lot of people who lost everything. And there were also a lot of very big winners. Think of Amazon. Think of Jeff Bezos, for example, right? Think of all of the companies who created medical preparations that we needed, like hand sanitizer, like face masks, and so on. Just remember how there were enormous winners during that time. Of course, the winners during a time of need are usually very quiet because otherwise they will be scrutinized by the public. They will be scrutinized by everyone because there's also a lot of heavy losing that's going on. But this message is telling you that you should keep a lot of your wins private, especially around people who are constantly going through a tough time to the point where you feel like now it's almost self-inflicted because of course they're always going through a tough time. Look at how they're talking about themselves. Look at how their mindset, how it's focused on just negativity, on just seeing obstacles rather than seeing opportunities. So you being in a place where you're teaching your mind more and more to only see opportunities and only see ways in which you can win, it is really important that you protect that because that is like a diamond that is worth its weight in gold, and that you steer clear of people who you can tell are always going through something and it seems to be like self-inflicted at this point because they can never see the bright side. Even if you have literally the sun in your hands and you want to give it to them, they will not take it. They will find a way to say, you know what, I don't want that warmth. I don't want that radiance. I don't want that energy. I don't want you to give me the sun, the star, the moon, whatever it is that you may have, any kind of cosmic energy, because I would rather sulk in my own depression. I would rather be this person that is an eternal victim. We all go through times of struggle. We all go through times of challenge. But there are definitely some people who feel a little bit too comfortable in those times. And those are the individuals that your guides are trying to tell you to stay away from. So let's see what else that your guides want you to know. So we have got soup right here. Group number 1, is any of you hungry? Because I know I just meal prepped for a broccoli and I think squash soup. So something with the consistency or appearance of soup, especially a swirling liquid or dense fog. Nitroglycerin or gelignite, chemicals for developing photographs. More tongue twisters within your prediction, group 1. So your guides are trying to communicate to you if you have been looking to be healthier, whether it be eating more vitamins, minerals, nutrients, eating more healthy carbs, fats, and proteins. Your guides are trying to tell you right now is soup season for you. Learn how to create some delicious new soups. You would be surprised at how filling, how easy to make, and how nourishing soups can be on your health journey. These are going to be an integral part of you attaining your dream physique and also the healthiest version of yourself. So group number 1, if you're thinking, how can I adjust my diet without feeling like I am missing out or feeling like I am somehow not enjoying what I'm eating? Delicious soup recipes will be the huge game changer that will get you to your goals, your physical goals, but also your energetic goals, because you won't lose strength or energy. And at the same time, they are not too time consuming for you to make. You can keep them for a couple days. You can meal prep them. And they are so easy for you to take with you to school, to work, to wherever it is that you're going to. Literally, the only place you cannot bring your soup is the airport. But it's also an easy thing to look out for if you're somewhere and you can't bring your own soup. Order a soup when you are out. Be low on the unhealthy ingredients that are not necessary, like heavy creams, heavy cheeses that some people might put into the soups. Leave those out, whether they're plant-based or dairy-based. You don't need all of that. Stick to the healthy soups. Bring your own if you can, and eat delicious soups out when, for some reason, you don't have access to your own. So group number 1, this is what we've received so far within your reading, which I'm so excited for us to delve even more deeply into. If you made it all the way to this part of your prediction, please comment your favorite soup below in the comment section, because the other groups are going to be like, why is everyone talking about soup? And the only way you will know that you're part of group number 1 is literally by the soup comments. You would have to be part of group number 1. You would have to have received your reading at least up until this point to even know to leave that soup comment below in the comment section. So let's have a good time, group number 1. Let's connect over soup. I would say I love broccoli soup, but I also love pumpkin soup. Those have been my favorites as of recently. So I'm excited to hear from you guys in the comment section while I clear and cleanse the space. You don't have to lift a finger. You don't have to do anything, and I'll be right back to guide you even more deeply into everything that you need to know and everything that you need to hear right now. Welcome back, group number 1. Did you miss me? I can't wait for us to delve even more deeply into your prediction. You guys, I'm in such a fantastic mood today, and I love channeling these psychic messages for you when I'm feeling connected, when I'm feeling grounded, and when I am feeling deeply connected with you, because that's really what makes my life worth living. I know it sounds so cheesy, but it is really my purpose in supporting you, in bringing these divine messages to you, and in having found my path. And for that, I will forever be so grateful. I see here within Temperance, a message that you have to receive is to do things in moderation, find your equilibrium, whatever moderation is to you. Group number 1, for me, moderation is running 15 kilometers, which is like 10 miles or something. That is moderation for me at this point in my life. When I just started running, I could barely even run 1 mile without losing my breath, without nearly keeling over, without feeling as though my heart was going to pop out of my chest. And now I can do 10, 20 miles with ease. It's not hard. The same thing goes for moderation with substances. For me, moderation is, for example, that I never drink alcoholic beverages. I just don't. I don't like them. I don't like how they make me feel. And maybe I'm a bit of a conspiracy theorist when it comes to this, but there's a reason why they're called spirits. And I do feel like they have brought out a lot of tragedy in many different families and people. It's not just all fun and games like we make it seem like within our society. So find your own equilibrium. In some areas of life, your equilibrium, your kind of middle point could be a lot higher than the average person. In other areas, maybe it's 0. Maybe it is below average. Like for me, when it comes to the alcoholic beverages, for me that is 0, because I just know I'm not good with that, nor am I the kind of person who wants to do that even in moderation. The 3 of Swords shows here that when you find your own personal equilibrium, when you find your own moderation, that is when sky is the limit for you, group number 1, because guess what? It's just like that Excalibur when you're getting the sword out of the stone and you have this magical sword that can slay everything but itself. It's just like that saying, truth is the sword that slays everything but itself, right? And I want you to know here with the 3 of Swords, this shows us in connectivity to Temperance. Now's a time for you to also call out people who don't know moderation and who are allowing that to negatively affect you. Yes, I mean those parents that don't know when to stop drinking. I mean those friends that go overboard on a night out. I mean that person who constantly tells you, oh, just have, another bag of chips. Oh, don't work out. Just relax. Just do this. Just do that. Okay, but at the same time, when are we going to be our highest selves? When are we going to do what we innately know is best for us, right? And here, within the 3 of Wands, I can see you've always been spearheading development. You've always been the type that gets opportunities before others. And the thing is, like, everybody wants the view that you have. Everybody wants the opportunities that you have. Nobody wants the climb. Nobody wants to hear about the part where you did things in moderation, where you ate the green salad instead of having the burger, because you knew that was best for you. Nobody talks about the times when you stayed longer at work, you studied longer hours, you drank the almond milk, the pea milk that you didn't want to drink, because that's what your body needed, because you knew that would get you to your desired goal. And you didn't take a shortcut, and you didn't try to find an easy way out. And then when you get the rewards, people all of a sudden want to know how you did it. People all of a sudden want to be part of the celebration. They want a piece of the cake. And the thing is, you have little empathy for people who barely even try when you have been put through the fire, emotionally tested in romantic relationships as well as the relationships with parents and grandparents. You have been tested with that auntie that always makes comments about your love life and your weight and the way that you look. You've been tested in so many ways here in the Two of Swords where you didn't know why. You didn't know why when there were friend groups in school and you were a group of 3, when something would happen, you would always be the odd one out because the other 2 would bond and you would then be alone. You didn't know why this happened, that you are the odd one out, and literally you went through SA while others didn't. You went through having to deal with a situation in which a teacher treated you in a manner that a teacher should never treat a child. Why did this happen to you, and why is this something that now intuitively is coming back up and you're having a deeper understanding as to how that molded you into the person that you are today? You would never wish that on your worst enemy, but at the same time, you can find a sliver of gratitude in the fact that who you are today, that is a representation, that is a result of everything that you've survived. Next up, we have the Four of Wands. And you know what? That makes you the most kind, the most understanding, the most empathetic soul on this planet. Because you have had to partake in self-reflection in deep ways in which others never had to until they were much older. And then they never developed the same neural pathways that you did at a young age, of already being an old soul, already being very emotionally mature, because you had to be. But aside from having to be emotionally mature, you also flexed your neuroplasticity muscles because you knew in so many ways that the journey is the destination, the struggle is the goal. When you learn to enjoy some of the tough moments, literally, your guides are confirming the world becomes your oyster. That's why the World card is showing up for you. This is the final card in the tarot, the very last card of the major arcana. And you know what the World card represents? It represents absolute fulfillment. It represents you having everything that you desire, not wanting for anything. It represents the world being at your feet, the world being your oyster, as the saying goes. And you literally being the queen, the empress of your existence, the king of your town, the king of your community, the person that others look up to, and you feel good about yourself too. You don't feel like a fraud. You don't feel imposter syndrome, because the World card shows here that you have made sacrifices, you have worked hard, you have reflected on yourself and who you are and where you want to go, to the point here within the world that you understand every celebration that is done in your honor is well deserved. Every bit of a leg up that you get in life, you made that happen. We've got the Three of Wands again. We already had the Three of Wands show up for you up here. We had the Three of Swords. We have got angel number 333, haven't we? So the number 3 is a number of collaboration and working together. The Three of Wands here, we've got this beautiful bouquet of flowers. By the way, this is my Pastel Journey tarot deck for any of you wondering. The link is below. As I mentioned during the intro, it's finally reprinted and restocked on Amazon in the US. It will be available worldwide soon. So just keep your eyes peeled, because this is literally my most popular tarot deck. You guys love this one. So for any of you asking, because I know there are always comments about the decks, I just wanted to make that abundantly clear. Now, coming back to the Three of Wands, I do see here that what you have to understand and what you have to know is that collaboration will come with a lot of gift giving. I see that you will receive a lot of gifts in the form of flowers. You will receive gifts in the form of things that are packaged in a bow, okay, chocolates, sweets. One thing I'm also getting here is tea, because people know that you like health, and the Emperor is literally confirmation. Didn't we just talk about you being the Empress, the Emperor, the King, the Queen of your life? The Emperor is a card of supreme leadership qualities. This is a card of stability. As you can see here within the crown, it definitely shows that you are socially on a plane where others look up to you, others want to be near you, they want to be around you because you are gaining so much status. And the number 4 is a number of stability. We have that in the 4 of Wands as well. So you're building really strong connections and relationships with other people. That is your superpower. That is what makes you so special. That is what makes you different than a lot of other people around you, because you know how to bond, you know how to create, and you know how to nurture relationships. You're the kind of person who understands empathy. You create community. And we've got 2 cards from my Gentle Heart Tarot deck that popped right out. So we have the 4 of Cups reverse and Justice reverse. I want you to know here in the 4 of Cups reverse, any feelings of loneliness are coming to an end sooner rather than later. And Justice in reverse also shows that people who have been mean to you, people who, one thing I'm getting here, all right, I'm getting someone that you worked with that really wasn't kind to you, that made you feel like you wanted to leave that position, that made you feel like you wanted to just leave that school, wanted to leave that institution. I see here that actually they're going to go through a time of immense pain. The 9 of Diamonds shows that they will have some huge financial hardships and issues, and they will no longer be working the same position that they once did, that gave them this false sense of superiority and power. And then all of a sudden they'll be stripped of who they thought that they were, because they put their entire self, their entire self-worth into the job that they had. And I want you to know here in the 9 of Diamonds reverse that they're literally not going to know who they are anymore. They are going to think back at the many ways in which they behaved in a very tyrannical manner. And I do see here that they're going to reach out to you. You're going to be super surprised because you would have never expected to get that message. The Knight of Swords is literally a bringer of messages. The Suit of Swords is the suit of all things communication, of all things thought, as well as mental space. So the Knight of Swords is a representation of you getting a message quickly, a very blunt message, and a very surprising message. So this showing up within your reading, it definitely shows us that justice will be served for you. Meanwhile, people who thought that what they were doing was okay and they could get away with it, they are going to experience a lot of pain, a lot of hardship, and you're just going to watch from the sidelines, and you are going to have the last laugh. I see that here within the Emperor, because anything that is built on a solid foundation, it takes time, it takes perseverance and delayed gratification. And the Spirit of Rings shows us a huge confirmation that that is what you possess. You possess productivity, you possess endurance. You are dependable. You are someone who understands that in order to get the view, there will be a climb. You're also the one who understands that a lot of people overestimate what they can do in a year and they underestimate what they can do in a decade. And the thing here within the 8 of Swords is that what comes next is you overcoming fears, because you're seeing how in so many ways life is in the end eternally giving, but also karma is real. For a while you thought to yourself, how did all of these people who have done heinous things or who are pretty, I want to say like dark spirited or have done stuff that is just wrong. There's no way around it. Like the only way to describe it is that it's wrong. You ask yourself, how do they get away with it? How do they still have people supporting them? How are they not behind bars, like literally celebrities as well? And the 8 of Swords is a surefire sign that so many people are either going to be prosecuted and going to spend time in prison, people around you who are going to have their downfalls, just as what we spoke about earlier. And it will be a huge confirmation to you that justice does exist, that literally karma is a thing, and you will be thankful that even when people were not looking, you behaved in a way that you could be proud of if there was a crowd surrounding you. And that is what separates angels. That is what makes you who you are. The fact that even when no one is looking, you try to do what's right. And that's really rare. Group number one, I want you to know you are a rare breed. You are someone who is irreplaceable. So if anyone ever tries to make you feel as though you're replaceable, as though you're nothing special, I just want you to look them dead in the eye. And I want you to just tell them, you know what? You can do that to someone else. You may make someone else feel as though they're replaceable, but I know my worth. And that's it. You don't need to say anything else. And when you have that confidence in yourself, it actually makes a lot of people very insecure once they've jumped to conclusions about you, and it makes them rethink their decision. But you cannot have a sliver of a second thought or doubt within your voice, within your body language, within your tone. You're going to have to actually truly believe in it from the bottom of your heart. You're going to have to believe in it yourself. And that is what you have to hear. That is a message that your guides are here to bring to you. Have confidence. You have no reason to not be confident. There are a lot of people who are extremely confident in their abilities. Meanwhile, they have put in half the work, half the effort that you've put in. Meanwhile, they are not doing it from a clear conscience, but you are, group number one. And you may have thought to yourself, well, maybe I'm being narcissistic, maybe I'm being self-absorbed. Someone who has these thoughts, group number one, you are definitely not a narcissist. You are definitely not selfish. You're definitely not self-absorbed. And even if you were, why is selfish a bad thing? Why here within the Emperor is you being at the epicenter of your own universe? How is that a bad thing? Because at the end of the day, all that you can do for me is to work on yourself. All that I can do for you is to work on myself. We cannot influence anyone outside of us. We cannot force anyone to do something that they don't want to do. You may try to coerce someone may try to push you, to threaten you, but nobody can force you to do anything you don't want to do at the end of the day. If you really want to say no, you do not have to do a thing. And here within the Emperor, remind yourself of this personal power. Remind yourself of the fact that also a lot of people, they use pressures of society, they use pressures that have to do with money in order to force or make people feel forced into deciding to be on their side, into taking actions that actually these people don't want to take, good people don't want to take. But what makes you so strong, what gives you such a solid foundation is that you've never been one to take a bribe. You've never been one to do something you don't personally believe in just because that would be the easier route to take, or just because someone is telling you, hey, if you throw this innocent person under the bus, I'll give you this reward. To you, that's not an option. And I want you to know here that literally your guides are like, no, you would never. You would never behave in that way. You would never succumb to that level. You would never allow for an underdog, for someone who can't protect themselves to further suffer if you can help it. So what I am also getting here is that part of what you have to receive in these messages is praise for that part of you, because so many people would take the easy route, whereas many times you have taken the hard route and you've literally reconsidered. You've literally asked yourself, am I the only one who is being kind, who is being considerate? Am I the only empathetic person on this planet? It has made you reconsider so many times whether you're maybe doing something wrong, because it seems like you are the odd one out in this behavior. But what your guides want to remind you of is that you know what's right in your heart, and there's a reason why you have always, always, always been saved from bigger challenges than necessary, than other people would have had show up for them if karma really, really had a chance to get them. Now, with big happy changes, what you are meant to receive as a message for what comes next is that you've got some really, really incredible opportunities coming your way that will make you feel as though the wait was worth it. These big happy changes are going to open so much light in your life. They're going to create such a feeling of grace and lightness within you. And it's going to feel as though all of this hard work was definitely worth it, and there will be signs following up to these big happy changes. And your guides are telling us right now, look for the signs, find the signs. One thing that I am getting here is old coins, all right? I see that here in the spirit of rings. Old coins, you finding an old coin, it may even be a family heirloom. Perhaps going to one of those shops, you know where they sell those old stamps? And they're also selling like an old coin there in an antique shop kind of thing. Let's see what else that we'll get here. All right, so we've got an acorn and a leaf. I'm about to show you this close up, group number one. Don't worry. You know, I am always making sure we've got supreme quality when it comes to sound, but also audio, because I am not allowing for this channel to grow and be successful and you guys to subscribe, and then what? I don't get the best camera I can. I don't get the best sound quality that I can. What is that? Who does that? So here, okay, we've got the feather as well. Let me just show you close up what is going on here when it comes to the signs. We've got the acorn, we have got the leaf, we've also got the star and the feather, group number one. I want you to understand that these are your symbols, these are your signs of big happy changes, especially when they show up together, especially when they show up repeatedly. All right, a star charm, we've got a feather charm, a feather showing up, a white feather that you wouldn't expect to just be on the windshield of your car, to just have fallen onto your head, literally. And then with the leaves and the acorns, I want you to understand here that these are symbols of being connected to nature, being connected of who you are naturally supposed to be. You're naturally meant to be a pillar of your community. That's what I'm getting here within the Emperor. You're naturally meant to be someone that others look up to. And as big happy changes, you are coming into new positions of power, group number one. That's where you've always meant to be. I don't want you to question this. I don't want you to ask yourself whether you're ready or not, whether this is meant for you or not. It is meant for you, group number one. Believe it. Believe it, see the big happy changes, receive them, and quit overanalyzing whether you're ready. Because guess what, group number one, you are ready. You were born for this. You've been training for this for lifetimes. And one message that I really want us to delve into is for you to receive your postcard message. So allow for me to just shuffle this deck full of postcard messages, and then we'll see precisely what your guides need to say to you, what message that you are meant to receive in form of this postcard. All right. Love your dreams. Let's get into this, group number one. So, dear wonderful you, intimacy is scary sometimes. It means you have to let someone else get to know the real you, not the perfect, flawless mask you wear for others. No, it's time to reveal the cool one, the passionate one, the imperfect one that is totally you without artifice or walls. Yes, you will be exposed and vulnerable for a time, but it will be so worth it. This is the only way you will know true closeness with others, and you will also be close to spirit and to us. There is amazing freedom that comes when you let go and just be yourself with another or a group. Release from the invisible bindings that keep you from intimacy is truly empowering. So may we support you wholeheartedly in this choice. You will know yourself better, and we hope learn to love yourself as much as we do. Life is about who we are with others, so share it. You will be so glad that you did. Loving you so, so, so much. A beautiful postcard from your guides and your angels, group number 1. Let those walls crumble. Let that guard down. All right? Do not deny the world of who you are. Do not deny us of truly knowing you. Because to truly know you is a true gift, group number 1. And I hope that this reading made this abundantly clear to you. Group number 1, this is the reading that I received for you, and I truly hope that you enjoyed it and that you found it insightful. Feel free to leave a crown emoji below in the comment section. That is the only way anyone would know that not only are you from group number 1, but you watched your entire reading all the way to the end of your prediction. And if you're completely new here and you're not yet subscribed, you may want to consider hitting that subscribe button because we clearly vibe with one another, and I would hate for you to miss any upcoming predictions and messages that are meant for you. So group number 1, wherever you are on this gorgeous planet, I'm sending you so much love, and I can't wait to connect with you during one of our upcoming readings. Hello, my gorgeous soul of group number 2. You chose the Magical Spirit Oracle deck as well as the Malachite Crystal Palm Stone in order to help guide you through everything that you need to hear right now. So this is the beautiful Malachite. I absolutely love this crystal because guess what? It is packed with a plethora of different healing properties. The Malachite helps you to release emotional blockages. It helps process of getting rid of any deep-seated traumas and suppressed feelings you may have. It encourages positive transformation, so it supports you growing. And it is an excellent crystal for all of us who are going through some tough transitions, because guess what? It absorbs negative energy and promotes emotional balance. That may be why you chose this crystal. But without further ado, I want us to get straight into your reading. I'll just put your malachite right up here, which helps you to calm yourself, which helps you to shield yourself against negativity, any kind of environmental pollutants, and we will get straight into your prediction, group number 2. I hope that you are equipped with a snack, a beverage of your choice. As I mentioned during the intro of this video already, we are going to get into all of the nitty-gritty details. We're not going to leave any messages out. After you have received this psychic prediction, you will feel fully prepared for life and for the upcoming weeks. So first up, I want you to know here, we've got number 13 and Rebirth. Group number 2, the malachite didn't lie. There's a reason why you chose this crystal and why you feel drawn to this energy of rebirth. It's time to leave the old behind. It's time for you to shed your outer skin, to shed the chrysalis. That's what it says here, and we've got butterflies. You may ask yourself, what is a chrysalis? What does it have to do with butterflies? Most people don't know this, but you know that quote-unquote cocoon, everyone calls it cocoon, that butterflies go through their transformation in, well, actually that is called chrysalis. And the butterflies completely dismantle themselves into this kind of almost organ soup. I know it sounds really disturbing, but that's the truth of the matter. And it is in a form like taking risk, this rebirth, because they are vulnerable in that state. But in order to leave the old behind, you sometimes have to take a risk and just bet on your transformation, ending up with you being able to fly rather than just remaining a caterpillar forever. Next up, we've got the Lover. The Lover corresponds to the number 7. The message that the Lover brings is that it is safe to surrender to the good feelings. If you have been feeling a little challenged when it comes to trusting, letting go, letting your guard down, loving, trusting again in romantic love, especially, not just friendships. I want you to know here that you have got this Aphrodite type of energy, which is very seductive. And also you are the kind of person who is extremely passionate once allowed to fully let go, once allowed to fully surrender to good feelings, especially when you're intimate with another person. And I want you to know that that can be a source of growth, healing, and transformation as well, as long as it is rooted in truly surrendering and relaxing into the space, into an experience with another person. As long as it's not rooted in lust or trying to prove yourself or trying to come off as attractive, you are being called to truly enjoy physical pleasures as well, especially if you have been hard on yourself about this, if you have had a hard time loving your body for what it is. And you don't even need to involve another person in this healing process. It can even be you just nourishing your body with beautiful body oils and butters. It doesn't even need to go into anything sensual. Remember, surrendering, loving your body, passion, we don't always need to think in the realm of sensuality and of being intimate with another person. We can be intimate with ourselves in so many healing, beautiful, nurturing ways. Now, next up, we've got number 34, the goddess of the sea. It's time to come home. So first, it's time for you to leave the old behind so that you can then come home with the new. You can then come home with what is truly you, as you can see here in this gorgeous goddess of the sea. I love the blue hair. This is giving me inspo for an upcoming video, honestly. I love the vibes. I love the blue hair. I love the opening at the center of the chest where there is space for you to go straight into the center of the chest near the heart space with your little boat, and to allow for a purification, to allow for you to leave your ego outside and to remind yourself of the fact that we all grow, we all make mistakes. You don't need to be hard on yourself for your own growing pains, for your own growing experiences. It's time for you to come home and remind yourself of who you were when you were a kid, when you had that childlike sense of wonderment, when you just made mistakes and it was fine. You didn't overthink it. You moved on. The next day, you made a host of more mistakes. And it wasn't embarrassing. It wasn't weird. It didn't make you feel inferior. It was just part of learning. And actually, as adults, it's no different. It's just that society has kind of conditioned us to feel differently about mistakes. But the truth of the matter is, we will all fail our way to the top. We will all fail our way to success. Now, whenever this beautiful goddess card comes up, I always get corrected about the pronunciation. So please feel free to comment below, because I know that I sometimes butcher some of these goddess names because they are not all native to me. However, I want to represent as many different cultures, traditions, as well as beliefs within my readings, because this is a space for everyone to feel safe and at home. This is a space of growth, of openness, of us becoming our highest selves. This is a space of inclusivity. Now with Kali Ma, we've got spiritual transformation that takes place and a little bit of craziness. So you may feel in the upcoming weeks like you're going a little crazy, all right? Like your mind, your soul, your body is on fire, and you might feel tempted to do something that is a little bit on the side of being a daredevil that you usually wouldn't do. That could be taking ice baths. That could be looking into bungee jumping, diving. It could be you trying a completely new sport like ultra marathon running. Just doing something that really challenges your mind and your body that you're not used to and that is completely out of the norm for you. So something that none of your friends or family have done, and that really you are embarking on this completely new journey, and people are going to be asking you how it's going, how you're doing, and they will think to themselves, wow, group number 2 has gone a little crazy. However, they see that this is actually just helping you to ignite yourself from the inside out, to find your passion, to find your purpose. And sometimes we got to try something a little crazy and a little wild to remind ourselves of the fact that we are more courageous than we give ourselves credit for in our day-to-day lives, in the different, I want to say, just patterns that we're used to. Next, we've got Hathor, which represents your soul family. I do see here your soul family coming together. What you have to hear is that there are people out here who you haven't even met yet that are going to be part of your soul family. There are people that you have yet to meet who will love you more than you've ever been loved, and you will love them more intensely than you ever thought you could love another person. So basically, the moral of the story is there are still so many people out here that you have yet to meet, and so much love that you have yet to share that you don't even know about. And then we have N-I-R. All right, N-I-R. So Nira, for example, N-I-R-R. All right, so one thing that I'm getting here in N-I-R-R is that we have a name that is very much rooted in this letter R being very, very important. And then we also have L. All right, so one thing that I'm getting here is Lynn, and then we've got RR. So Lynn and RR being an important representation of who these people are. So double R when it comes to initials, and then we have someone whose name has Lynn within it. So it might be L-I-N, it might be L-Y-N-N. I just want you to know here that this is your soul family. This is your soul tribe. Next up, we have Nemetana. Now, this is your safe space. Your guides are trying to communicate to you. Part of what you have to hear is that you are a safe space to so many people, and it's okay for you to rely on one or two people to be your safe space as well. You're extremely independent. That's what I'm getting here from the energy of the malachite that is just radiating into your reading. Perhaps you even have some roots that you didn't know of that are indigenous in a way that you weren't aware of. And I want you to know here that connecting with that side of yourself is going to help you to work through a lot of traumas and patterns that are still going on beneath the surface for you. Now, Ogma shows us here that who we have coming into your life will make you want to watch your words, because once you say something, you can't unsay it. You can't take it back. And Ogma is trying to communicate to you that especially once you've gone through gone through your shedding of your chrysalis, once you've gone through this rebirth, you've taken the risk, you are in a space where, sure, people might annoy you, people might make you feel like you want to give them a piece of your mind, but you have learned to watch your words, because you are not going to get into fights and verbal arguments anymore that you will regret later down the line. Because one thing in Ogma that I also do see here is that sometimes you can get, especially in correlation to male energy, you have a different level to which you will go in a disagreement and within an argument. We are not judging you, group number 2, but this is the only place where we have this representation of male and phallic energy, and you're being asked to watch your words when it comes to that, because you are a queen, you are a lady, if you identify as female, and if you identify as male, because I know I do have some male viewers within my audience, even though you are the minority, Ogma tells you to watch your words when you're dealing with females, because you may not know that something that you're saying to them is hurting them in a deeper way than you ever thought. Making comments about appearances, for example, physical appearance, that can be a lot more painful. It can leave a mark. It can cause some insecurity without you even realizing that you've activated that. So watch your words when you're dealing with women, because some of them are dealing with insecurities that you're not aware of. So try to compliment in a way that is, for example, telling them, wow, you are so intelligent. wow, you're so ambitious. Wow, I love how independent and confident that you are. Try to root it in who they are rather than what they represent on an external plane. That's something that they will absolutely adore and love. Within respite, I want you to understand that your guides are trying to say to you, of course, you will never be able to please everyone, and that's fine. There will always be someone who will still have something to say, no matter how hard that you try, no matter how much that you put your best foot forward. And it is really not your job to entertain the entire world or to be the next Nobel Prize winner, unless, of course, you want to do so, group number 2. But for most of us, it's not our job to please and appease every single person in the room. However, what is your job is to focus on your divinity, is to focus on how divine that you truly are, group number 2. You are a divine, godlike being because God, the universe, angels are in all of us, as we can see represented here within divinity. And you being this divine being, it is a confirmation that actually, you know what? Why not be a little bit more confident in who you are? Why not be a little bit more confident in what you represent as a person, who you represent from your ancestors? And you guys know I love to shout out my subscribers and my followers. By the way, this deck that I have just been using now, this is the Love Oracle of Eden deck. And let me tell you, this deck was sent to me by the creators of the Tazima African Tarot deck, which is another really, really beautiful deck. I mean, look at how this deck arrives. The quality is insane, and let me let you guys in. I mean, look at how this opens up. And let me tell you guys an insane story. When I was looking for a new deck printing company, because you guys know I've published so many of my own decks, I remembered them and that they watch my videos. They sent me their decks for free to use or not to use, however I please. They were kind enough to send me their beautiful decks. And I was cheeky and I asked them whether they would tell me who prints their decks, because I love the quality of everything that they do. And I want only the best quality for my subscribers and my followers with my decks. And then they shared with me the manufacturer that they use for their decks. And this all came from the fact that we are supporting one another in this space. We are lifting one another up, even though we are in direct competition. And I, of course, when I messaged them, I told them, you know, I completely understand I'm basically your competitor. You don't have to tell me. I would completely understand if you don't feel comfortable sharing this information with me. And they still did. Even though I still would have used their decks, I still would have said, wow, they create the most amazing, gorgeous oracle and tarot decks. No, they still shared that with me. How kind is that? So I just want to make sure that I give even a pinch of all of this care and love that I get from you guys, all of the packages, the beautiful decks, all of the crystals, the items that you guys sent me. It's divine. And I want to make sure that I shout you guys out. So I'll leave the link to this deck below in the description box. I hope by the time of me editing this video, I haven't forgotten, but I'm pretty sure I'm going to remember, because as a fellow deck creator and entrepreneur, I want nothing more than to see all of you succeed in your most divine and highest form. So let's move a little more deeply into it, group number 2. I hope you can appreciate that I want to support you and that I want to make sure that I shout out my followers and my subscribers. So moving further into your prediction, look at what we've got here within sacred. I mean, this body is bodying. It's giving goddess, it's giving empress, it's giving basically goddess of nature, goddess of birth, fertility, because we've got that hip to waist ratio that is really out of control. We have the very full, bosom. I guess that's how we would say it. And this shows us here within sacred, no matter what your body looks like, because I understand this is, of course, a very rare kind of body shape. It is a very sensual one. It is an extremely feminine one. We all have different body types. The remembrance here in divinity and sacred is to honor the sacred body and the sacred appearance that you were born into, and to remind you of the fact that this is actually showing you where you stem from. When you look at your nose, it's not just your nose. This is the nose of your mother, your grandfather, your great-grandmother. This is your lineage. When you look at your skin tone, when you look at your hair, next time you look in the mirror and you see the color of your eyes, your lashes, the way that your bone structure is shaped, it is not for society to say, oh, this is perfect and this isn't. This is beautiful and this isn't. Sure, society tries to do that, but in actuality, there is so much more meaning to our looks that goes beyond this whole fitting into a certain look, fitting into a certain aesthetic. It is actually a piece of history that was passed down, and we should all be proud of wearing our parents, grandparents, and great-grandparents basically on us, representing them. And we should feel proud of the fact that despite their imperfections, there are people within our lineage whose features we are for sure proud to wear and to represent and continue to embody in this life, to continue to embody their spirit, especially if you are close to a past loved one. When you look in the mirror, see how you are represented in them. Next up, we've got the High Priest of Atlantis, chakra healing, group number 2. I'm getting goosebumps from your reading. I'm getting goosebumps from all of this connectivity. I'm getting really warm as I'm doing your prediction, as I'm channeling these messages. The High Priest of Atlantis shows that it's time for you to do some chakra healing. Some of you do this every single week with me during our lives each Sunday. Some of you may go to a chakra healer. Some of you may choose to heal your chakras yourself. You can do that with meditation practices. You can do that by getting out your crystals and aligning your chakras by yourself, putting your crystals on your different chakra points on your body, meditating, giving your body a moment of rest, silence, and regenerative, restorative energy. And I want you to know here within Aphrodite that what you're being asked to do is to show true, pure love to your body. And true, pure love is actually doing what you know will make you feel the absolute best. So I'll just move your 2 letters up here so Aphrodite can fit into the frame beautifully, just as Aphrodite with her pomegranate and the soft pink. And I love the flowy, reddish, kind of curly hair. It just looks so soft. It looks like if you were to touch it, it's almost like as soft as like wool, if you will, cashmere kind of vibes. So what I am getting here is to really do what is best in your body for chakra healing. You know yourself that having all of that ice cream right before bed, that is not eternally loving to your body. That is not chakra healing. You not getting more than 5 hours of sleep every night, that is not showing yourself love. You overworking yourself for a company that literally is going to replace you like that, if for whatever reason you can't work there anymore, if you end up in hospital, if you are unable to continue to work for them, that's not loving towards yourself, and you know it, group number 2. And this is to remind you of the fact that being loving towards yourself means, okay, you will have maybe that Greek yogurt, you will have those grapes before bed rather than the entire pint of ice cream, or you'll just have a little bit of ice cream, you'll have a little digestive tea, and you'll go sleep, and you know that you satisfied the craving, but you didn't overdo it. Being loving towards yourself means, okay, you'll go on the walk. You'll walk the 2 miles. You'll give yourself that fresh air. You'll get your blood pumping, even if you don't want to. It means saying no to different work environments that you know are toxic to you. Saying no to overworking yourself. You don't even need to say it openly. You don't need to tell the people that you're working with that you're saying no to them. But just knowing for yourself, you will get those 8 or 9 hours of sleep that you actually really need to feel healthy, to feel good, to not be bloated, to not suffer from anxiety and decision fatigue and feeling overwhelmed every single day. And in the end, by the way, if you do this, if you persist in this for long enough, and it doesn't even have to be a long time, literally you can see changes within a few days or a few short weeks. trust me, your time management will be more on point. Your body will feel so good. Your energy levels will be in a place where you can get so much more done with so much better energy that your results will speak for themselves. And it's not like you have to lessen your output. It's not like you will get less done or you'll be less successful or you will have less fun in life. No, it's actually to increase the fun, the success, the feeling of fulfillment over time. So rather than having this instant gratification that you know is not actually aligning you, your chakras, your energies, that you know is not actually eternal love, what you're practicing is the delayed gratification. What you're practicing is doing what is truly best for you now so you can continue to feel good. Not doing what you are kind of suckered into doing right now to feel this mega high in the moment, but then also go through a very deep low shortly thereafter. So understanding that you have outgrown that, and with a little bit of discipline, a little bit of you just truly wanting it, you just truly desiring the best for yourself, you can very easily start to make those changes incrementally, bit by bit, every single day. It doesn't have to be all at once. Group number 2, this is the reading I've received for you up until this point. Leave a butterfly emoji below in the comment section as I now clear and cleanse the space with some incense. And then I will be right back to guide you even more deeply into your reading, because we are just at the beginning, group number 2. You guys know I don't come to play on my channel. I do not play when it comes to your readings. So leave that butterfly emoji below, because that's the only way anyone would know that you're part of group number 2 and you've literally already watched your reading up until this point in time. And then in just a moment, I'll be right back. You don't have to lift a finger. You don't have to do anything. Just continue to relax and enjoy your prediction as we delve even more deeply into everything that you need to hear and every message that you need to receive right now. Welcome back, my lovely soul of group number 2. So let's delve a little more deeply into your reading with everything that you need to hear and you need to receive right now. Let's see what your spirit guides have to say. So we've got the 4 of Swords as well as the 8 of Swords. What this tells you right here is to be careful who you trust. Remember Scar from The Lion King? Well, Scar is making a reappearance here, and this Disney deck is actually another deck sent to me by one of my gorgeous subscribers, and I absolutely love the depictions because they're not only nostalgic but also impactful when it comes to meaning. And I think we can all put ourselves into that feeling when Scar pushed Mufasa off of the cliff into the stampede. And that is precisely the message that your guides are trying to relay to you to be really careful with. There is a Scar type of person within your surrounding. You know who this person is. Right now you are thinking about them. Even as I mentioned, oh, there is a Scar person in your surrounding. Yeah, you literally saw them just now before your eyes. You literally just thought about this person. Listen to your intuition, group number 2. The worst thing you can do right now is to question yourself and your intuition and why you feel this way about this person, and to question whether your intuition is right, because it is. Next up, with the full moon in Leo, don't allow for pride to get in your way. We have a lot of these lion depictions, this lion imagery, which screams Leo energy. Leo is a fire sign that is said to be extremely generous, loud, outspoken, fearless, and isn't afraid to be in the limelight. People say that Leos are self-centered. I don't believe that. I love Leos. I love the energy that Leos always bring to every table, every conversation. I love that Leos on average are more confident than the usual zodiac sign. And with the full moon in Leo, this is about you understanding not to allow your pride to get in the way, because, well, you're supposed to be rational. Well, you have this and this degree. You're a rationally thinking person. Well, you're very well educated. How can you just make decisions based on your intuition? Well, because I can, because my intuition was given to me for a reason, because I have this intuition to protect me. This intuition wasn't passed down to me just for fun. Next up, we've got the full moon in Taurus. Your dreams need a practical plan. Your guides are trying to say to you, once you have uncovered who the scar is in your life, what you're then going to do is, first and foremost, you are going to identify them and steer clear of them and any of their advice. I say this to everyone in my inner circle. I say this to everyone I've mentored, everyone I have privately worked with one-on-one, who comes to me with worries and fears about, well, they received this advice or they received this input from this person, should they listen to it? And I will give you this invaluable advice here for free. I will give you this invaluable advice without you needing to have a one-on-one with me, without you needing to book a personal reading, without you needing to be a private mentorship client or a psychic CEO. Look at the person giving you the advice. Do you want that person's life? Is there something in that person that you find admirable? Have they accomplished things in an area of life that you look up to, that you find inspirational? If someone is giving you advice about your romantic life and about whether you should get married, when you should have kids, if you should have kids, how you should behave, and how should you attract an ideal partner, how can you keep a man, a husband, whatever the advice is, look at them, look at their relationship, look at their love life. Do you desire their love life? Would you be happy if you were in the same position as they are? If someone is giving you advice professionally, telling you, oh, you should invest your money in this way, maybe you should work like this, maybe you should do that, maybe you should try this approach. Look at them, their financial intelligence, their bank account. Look at how they spend money. Look at the way that they're living. Do you want their life? If you love the business that someone has created, then sure, go for it. But usually people who are giving you advice that is unsolicited or advice that makes you feel as though, I'm not quite sure, usually when you look at what they have accomplished, they are not your ideal inspiration. They are not your role model. So the piece of advice that I always give is to go to people who have accomplished things that you would like to accomplish. Work with those individuals. Take advice from those whose lives you wouldn't mind living or you really would love to experience and to live. Never take advice from someone who definitely does not live a life, does not have an existence that you look up to or that you find admirable or that you would even like to step into for just a day. Don't do it, group number 2. So that is the most valuable advice that you will get. And you just got it. So please, no more questions about whether you should take the advice. Your dreams need a practical plan. Get the plan from someone who knows what they're doing. Next up, we've got the first quarter moon. Your commitment is being tested. Your commitment to you. Stop wavering as soon as someone who has a little bit of social standing tells you their opinion. That is their opinion. Some people who have become the most successful in their field. Just think about J.K. Rowling. You know, all of the drama aside of her other books that she did. Harry Potter, I mean, she got shot down, a dozen times? More than that? By people who didn't believe in it? Think of all of the singers. Think of Jim Carrey. He wrote himself his own check. Over $10 million when he was on Mulholland Drive or so. That was when he was practically not earning any money. And he promised himself he would get there. And he did, even though so many roles were not given to him. The inspiration that you have is countless when it comes to this. Even Jeff Bezos. Amazon was not profitable for, I believe, over a decade. People used to ask him if he even knew what on earth he was doing. And you know how he would just have that rich person cackle, that rich person smile, just this like ha 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 laugh that just, you could tell to him it was ridiculous because he had such confidence, he had such faith in the evidence of that which is not yet seen. He just, in his mind, it would of course work out. Your commitment is being tested, group number 2. Your commitment is being tested, and now it is up to you to stand up and to show that you 100% believe in your vision. You 100% believe in yourself. You 100% believe in your capabilities. And nothing, absolutely nothing, is going to get you to change your mind on that. Next up, we've got the full moon in Aquarius. Show the world the real you. When life pushes back, when you feel as though Man, things are getting really challenging. And this is especially for all of you aspiring entrepreneurs, all of you who want to do something when it comes to social media, when it comes to putting yourself out there. Even if you work a 9 to 5 and you feel as though things have been challenging in the office, things have been challenging with the people that you're working with, life is challenging, you're getting bills left and right, and you feel as though at the end of the day, at the end of the month, there is still so much day, there is still so much month, and there is so little of your energy, and there is so little material resources, money, there's so little time. And I want you to know that when this happens, that is when you're being tested to step into the real you. That is when you are being tested not only in your commitment, like in the first quarter moon, but here the full moon in Aquarius, which is, by the way, an air sign that is said to be extremely rebellious, extremely unafraid to be 100% independent and different. Don't be afraid to be different. Don't be afraid to do things in a way that no one before you has had the guts, the nerves, the gall, the confidence to bring to the table. And yeah, at first people may be like, oh, that's not how we do it around here, but that's not how it works, but that's not how it's done. Okay, Karen, like, apologies to anyone whose actual name is Karen. I know a lot of lovely, wonderful Karens. You know what I'm getting at, group number 2. What I'm trying to say is, okay, Carrie, Betsy, Jessica, Hannah, whatever name that is stereotyped as someone who is known to play by the rules of the norm, you are here to break the mold. You are here to break the norm. You are here to do things in a way that has not been done before, group number 2. And sometimes you have to hear this. Sometimes you need someone, you need spirit, you need some sort of energetic frequency to build you up to the point where you're like, you know what, I may have been knocked down, I may have felt down and out, I may have allowed anxiety to get the best of me for a second, because I am human, and that is fine. However, I'm not going to forget my purpose. I am not going to forget the fact that my parents did not raise a quitter, and that I have a purpose that is so important that I'm not going to allow anyone to stop me from it. Next up, we received rest. Group number 2, what is so important, because you're expending a lot of your energy, not only on thinking, but especially on doing, on the plan that you're committed to, because your dreams need a practical plan, and then you have to be committed to them. How can it be that if someone employs you, you can wake up every day at 5 a.m. if the pay is good enough, but what about building your own dream and your own company and your own streams of revenue? Then all of a sudden you're struggling to get up at 5 a.m., then all of a sudden you can't, then all of a sudden you allow procrastination and laziness to get the best of you? I think not, group number 2. I think we are absolutely going to put that same commitment towards our own goals and dreams and aspirations. But here in rest, you have to understand the importance of taking rest when you have the opportunity to take rest. Stop burning the midnight oil, the midnight candle, however that saying goes, unnecessarily. If you're done with your work, go and rest, group number 2. Stop playing around. Like, the thing here within rest is that you have to understand there will be times where, yes, you will not get your 8 or 9 hours of sleep. There will be times where you don't sleep well. There will be times where you have to get up in the middle of the night because either something's keeping you up, maybe someone is keeping you up. Perhaps you also just had this idea and now you can't go back to sleep. However, when you do get the opportunity to rest, take it. Take it selfishly. Take it with inspiration. Like, allow for people to be like, oh, you're going to go take a nap again? Allow people to make those comments. Take it. Be selfish. There's nothing wrong with being quote unquote selfish because you know how hard that you work. You don't have to prove anything to anyone. I see here within alone time that actually for you, group number 2, and we also have the number 2 here that corresponds to your alone time, you are the type of person that really thrives when they're able to fully re-energize by just being alone. You are not the kind of person who can recharge their batteries when constantly surrounded by other people. You may give yourself a little boost, you may give yourself a little jump start, but that is not the proper recharging. That is not the proper you getting back into your sacred energy, you getting back into your energy of achieving, you getting back into your highest self. That happens in private. That happens when you've got some real alone time going on for you. So you have to take that alone time because no one's going to give it to you. People will always have another task, another event, another meetup, another coffee date, another thing that they will want to meet you for, another thing where your time will be swept up. And here, the King of Swords, we have more Scar energy. Scar is so fitting here with the suit of swords, as the suit of swords is the suit of the element of air, and it is said to be actually the most challenging suit within the tarot deck, because there are a lot of challenges that come with being a conscious being, with being a human being in your mental realm. And this is the suit that represents your thoughts, your mental space. Now, the King of Swords is 100% indicative of the fact that mentally, there is so much going on with you where you have to learn to say no. You have to learn to protect yourself, because if you don't learn to protect yourself, everyone is just going to take a piece of you, group number 2, and they're not going to realize, nor do they care, nor should they care, how much it's taking out of your soul, how much it's taking from you emotionally, mentally, physically. People drain others without even realizing how draining that they're being. And that's just human nature, and that's why you have to learn to protect yourself. Next up, we've got the Death card, which I want you to just slow your roll right now. Obviously, this is not a card that represents literal death. The Death card is representative of shedding your old skin and stepping into a new version of yourself that knows how to say no. Stepping a little bit into your dark femininity, dark masculinity type of era, depending on who you identify as. This is you stepping into your villain era, stepping into your villain energy. And not a villain who's trying to harm anyone else, but the villain of your story where you're in a phase where you don't care about whether someone likes it or not. If you say no to plans, you don't care whether someone's feelings are hurt, because you know that if you are literally on your last leg when it comes to going out, when it comes to socializing, when it comes to spending another night not in your home, not sleeping on time, they're not going to get up for you the next morning. They're not going to do the work that you need to do. They are not going to go to therapy for you. They're not going to cure your anxiety or your mental struggles. So the thing with you is that you are really learning to commit to yourself, because honestly, you have to in this world. And this is what you have to hear, group number 2. This is why you're receiving these really direct, very real, raw messages within your reading, because being a people pleaser, for one, of course, people love you for it. How couldn't they? I mean, obviously, you're always there for everyone. You're the rock for everyone. You're everyone's shoulder to cry on, but dang, like, your shirt is crinkled and drenched in tears from others. You're freezing because your entire shirt is just, it's wet, it's cold, it's damp. And I want you to know here, it's time to change the shirt, and it's time for you to put on the chiffon. It's time for you to put on the merino wool, to put on the satin, to put on the silk, and nobody's going to be crying on that. I'm sorry, but no, I have taken off the t-shirt. I am off of unpaid therapist work hours, okay? I am off of this unpaid labor, and now I'm putting on my best dress. I'm putting on what I really want to wear, and there's no more crying and leaning on my shoulder with your makeup and your teary, runny mascara. No. Now it's time for me to shine. Now it's time for me to step up for myself. That is your quote-unquote villain era. And chanting is, of course, you bringing out your voice, you saying exactly what you will tolerate and what not. And one thing that I'm noticing here within your reading is this representation of the spiral. So I want you to know that this kind of spiral shape, the spiral form, it represents you speaking up for yourself. And you speaking up for yourself, that gives you peace. That gives you a sense of feeling grounded. That gives you a sense of feeling like you did what needed to be done, and that is eternally important for you, group number 2. That's the best way to say it. And furthermore, another way for you to heal, another way for you to care for you is through positive affirmations. Group 2, we have so many beautiful positive affirmations, even just here on this message. I choose love, I am brave, I am beautiful, I love myself, I'm worthy, I'm grateful, I'm healthy, I'm happy. Positive affirmations, when repeated religiously, they can infiltrate your mind in a way that they do restructure your thought pattern. There's a reason why neuroplasticity is a thing. The brain can still change even later in life. Not to say that you're necessarily old, group number 2, but just because your prefrontal cortex has properly solidified itself, and for example, you're past the age of 25, that does not mean that you cannot teach your old brain some new tricks. And I want you to become really aware of the fact that right now your guides want you to use positive affirmations to manifest. That is most effective for you right now, group number 2. Next up, we've got frown. Group 2, are you worried about frown lines? Are you accumulating frown lines? Is there someone who's making you frown a lot? An expression on your face made by moving your eyebrows down and closer together that shows you are annoyed, worried, or thinking hard. I want you to become aware when you're frowning. Are you frowning right now as you're hearing about you frowning? Are you frowning into your phone? Are you frowning to the screen? Are you frowning because you're squinting and trying to see what's going on here? All right, if that's the kind of squinting that you're doing, please get your eyes checked out. Please get glasses. Please get lenses. Please make sure that you get that LASIK eye surgery, whatever you got to do. Furthermore, here within frown, I want you to know that if you're annoyed, if you're worried, if you're thinking hard, if you frown a lot, sure, on one end of the spectrum, there is Botox for this little inconvenience. However, on a less comical note, frowning and having scars show up so much within your reading, I want you to know here that what you have to receive is that if someone makes you frown more than they make you smile, it's probably time to reevaluate their place in your life. Because I see that you tolerate yourself frowning a lot more than you would tolerate your best friend, for example, frowning because of another person, a loved one, your mom, your niece, your baby sister. You know what I'm saying? So here within frown, be careful. Be aware of the type of standards you have for people. Comparing the standards you have for people to be around you versus standards you have for people to be around those that you love. Is there a big difference, group number 2? Inextraordinary, very unusual, and deserving attention and comment because of being wonderful, excellent, strange, or shocking. Additional and having a special purpose. Group 2, extraordinary. You are extraordinary. You are being reminded of the fact that you were not put on this earth, you were not created to be in a constant state of frowning or a constant state of annoyance with another human being. You are extraordinary in the sense of unusual and deserving attention and comment because of your excellence, because you are different, because you have a special purpose. Your purpose is that of being 100% unique. Your purpose is that of someone who is actually, I can see here, very strong when it comes to business and differentiating fun and work. You've always been the type of person who understands the nuances of success professionally, and while you are a very kind and loving and caring person, you've always rather been professional in a work setting than trying to be buddy-buddy with everyone and then having to deal with the repercussions of this closeness that you created. So your guides are trying to communicate to you, you are truly the kind of person who knows how to do business, who knows how to lead, you know how to maneuver a lot of situations in which others would be too nervous, others would not know how to socially navigate situations, they wouldn't know how to behave in different social settings. You can talk to someone who is wildly successful and very wealthy. You can talk to someone who is very much working class, blue collar, whatever you like to call it. You treat everyone energetically as an equal. People can feel it. People can feel that you don't pedestalize one person over another. And they can tell that you can also just smell BS. And that's the thing. You are the kind of person who has been through a lot of backstabbing. I get that in the King of Swords, the Four of Swords, the Eight of Swords. You have had your own fair share of people backstabbing you, people lying about various things to you, and people trying to cover that up, that you don't need to see through the entire story to already know when something is not going to work out. And making a decision based on your intuition is valid. I need you here in conjunction to the Death card and chanting to just let go of this feeling like you have to somehow have your decision validated by something other than your intuition. Because group number 2, you don't have to justify yourself. You don't have to justify your decisions, especially once you are in the ranks of being the boss. And one thing that I am also getting here in the full moon in Taurus is to watch out to make a practical plan to cash in and save your money. Stop putting your money into investments that are not yielding any kind of returns. It is okay to a certain degree when it comes to yourself, your brand, and your own business, but right now is not the time for you to invest in something that is completely out of your control, group number 2. All right, so invest in yourself, invest in cleaning and cleansing your space, ridding it of any of this scar type of energy, and ridding it of anyone who makes you frown. All right, because as an extraordinary individual, you don't have time for this, group number 2, and I need you to become aware of your worth and your value now, because there are some opportunities coming towards you that we are going to uncover once I have cleared and cleansed the space. So group number 2, you don't have to do a thing, you don't have to lift a finger. I am going to be right back for us to delve even more deeply into your prediction, because I can sense that there's something going on here that we need to unfold. We need to get to the bottom of. So group number 2, simply hold on tight and I'll be right back to delve even more deeply into your prediction. Welcome back, group number 2. So let's see what Spirit needs you to know. I am getting into this with my Pastel Journey Tarot deck. As already mentioned during the intro, it is officially restocked. The link is below in the description box because you guys always ask me about this deck. Yes, this is my very own creation. This is my very own deck. And all of these details were picked out, created, and designed by me because I want you guys to only have the best. So we've got the Ace of Pentacles and the Five of Cups and then the Ten of Swords. Let me tell you what's happening. There is a huge business opportunity and idea, and there is someone who is extremely jealous about the fact that you are receiving this opportunity and not them. You are receiving the recognition, the riches, the increase in money, and the Ten of Swords shows me that this relationship is not going to be able to take it. They are going to axe you out of their life. They're going to start by making these kind of like snide side remarks where you're just like, what is going on? And then you will realize that this person liked you and they wanted you to do well until you did far better than them. So we have V and O as the letters within their name here in the Ten of Swords. That is going to come to a standstill. That connection is not going to carry on because they just do not understand why it was you and not them. They feel like they worked harder and you got the rewards. Then we also have EUY. All right, so one thing that I am getting here with EUY or EIU is I'm getting this like the fact that they feel like they laid the egg, because I means egg in German. They feel as though they gave you the idea, they gave you the inspiration, they were the one that gave you the confidence to do this. They feel as though they should be able to rest on their laurels, like they should be rewarded. They were the one who planted the seed in you. So they want to take basically credit for who you are, and when they're realizing that you're not allowing that to happen, I see that it's something that they just cannot deal with. They are not equipped to deal with this type of emotional complexity and their own feelings of inadequacy as you are starting something completely different and something very large professionally. And please do not feel as though this is not a family member. This could be a father figure, a brother figure, okay? I don't want you to feel as though this has to be a woman just because the energies that we're getting here have a lot of femininity. It is a very feminine trait in a man to react this way. Next up, we have got the Tower. The Tower is symbolic of things crumbling and falling apart so that something new can be built on the same land, but something that's meant to last. So think of it this way. If there is like an old house that is not built on a solid foundation, and it doesn't really take much, doesn't take a very big natural disaster or so for that house to come crumbling down or for that to stop working out, right? And I do see here that when that happens with this relationship, what you have then is space. What you have then is quote unquote the land upon which you can then build something new that is going to be far more successful. And I see here within the moon that actually you are just learning to read people. Literally, as you go up on the ladder to success, on the ladder to riches, on the ladder to just social climbing basically, and I don't even want you to feel like this is a negative thing because it's not. You're just learning to navigate society. I see that very quickly you learn who's real, who's fake. You learn who has just been putting up this facade of being something that they're not, and you also learn who are your friends. And you will realize that there are a lot of very insecure people who are extremely wealthy, who seem to have the perfect life, who seem to not have a care in the world, especially online. But then when you actually meet them in person, group number 2, you're like, oh my God, this is very different than what I expected. And I see here within Hod that you are meant to be a truth teller. So your closest friends and family, they will always know these truths. Anyone who actually knows you is always going to get kind of the scoop of what really goes on behind closed doors. And I see that you are meant to have some very powerful clients, celebrity clients, people who you work with that are extremely famous, and they trust you, they like you, they want to continue to buy from you and be around you because you tell them the truth as well. You don't tell your closest friends and family like, oh, so-and-so celebrities issues are actually like this and they're actually dating that person. No, you're not airing out their secrets or their dirty laundry, but you're just saying, you know what, guys, not everything is what it seems. I have a lot of very famous, powerful, wealthy clients, and actually their lives aren't as perfect as we sometimes fantasize about their lives being, or we think that their lives are. It's not like that. And all of your very high-powered, wealthy, famous clients, they love you because you actually are the only one who tells them the truth without being afraid that you will lose their business. And they feel the sincerity, and it's not something that they come by very often in this industry. And in that sense, it makes you more famous because you're not afraid to tell them the truth. You're not afraid to tell them what's really going on. And the mermaid of Lemuria is literally symbolic of them feeling so much joy, even if a normal person would get their feelings hurt by you telling them the truth. Literally, the people you work with, they feel so much joy because they're like, finally someone who isn't just blowing smoke up my bum. Finally someone who is actually willing to tell me the truth, who is actually telling me what's really going on. Someone who isn't just pretending. And I want you to know here that this actually just shows how trustworthy you are in your industry, especially with all the hard work and dedication that you've put in to build this name for yourself and to steer clear of any kind of damaging drama. And here within the Isis representation, within this symbolically, I want you to know here that any contracts between you and your extremely high-powered clients, you don't sign a lot of NDAs because they can immediately sense your energy because they don't feel the need to make you do that. There are a lot of sacred contracts that I'm getting here that will be part of your journey, in the sense of it's just this unspoken understanding of certain lines that won't be crossed, not by you and not by them. It's this unspoken understanding, this unspoken energetic frequency and bond between you and the people that you work with, where you're just not going to overstep certain boundaries that perhaps others would for a cheap buck, for a quick sellout of someone. But it's very clear that you're not that type of person. You never were and you never will be. Group number 2. And that's really rare in a day and age where attention is everything. Getting attention is everything for a lot of people, and many will stop at nothing to attain it. And many people are lacking morals, values, standards. Here within Rebirth, it's time to leave the old behind, and that especially goes for these connections with those that don't want you to do better than them. And the thing is, I don't think anyone, even if you're an amazing friend, it's not like you're sitting there thinking about your best friend and like, oh, I hope they don't do better than I do, or I do hope that they do better than I do. You just don't care. You just support them. You don't compare. And that's the thing that you're realizing. The true winners, the true inspirations, they don't compare. They don't look at you and think to themselves, oh, are you competition? Could you overtake them? Is there something that triggers their insecurity that you're triggering within them? They don't think that way. We've got the moon showing up for you again. The moon is literally an indication of your strangeness being your brilliance. And the moon showing up twice within your reading from 2 different decks, 2 different standpoints. Group number 2, I need you to understand here that the moon actually controls far more of your emotional state than you are perhaps aware of. For me, as a Cancerian, it makes complete sense because I'm ruled by the moon. I am a water sign. If you're a water sign, so a Scorpio, Pisces, or a Cancer, then of course you're very sensitive to the moon, the tides, and the fluctuation of the huge bodies of water that we have on our planet. But I want you to know, even as one of the other signs, the moon reveals a hidden gem, a hidden secret power within you. And I see that the next new moon is actually going to reveal a psychic power that you never thought that you had. So you might all of a sudden see this flashing of light before your eyes. You might hear something and you think to yourself, am I going crazy? Am I now sincerely starting to hear things? I mean, this must be a bad joke. Come on. And for a moment, you'll think that you're going a little nuts. For a moment, you'll think that this cannot be. But then actually very quickly, you'll realize, there's something bigger going on here. And perhaps I should tune into this. Perhaps I should figure out what this is all about. And curiosity is going to strike. Curiosity is going to take a hold of you. And it's actually going to lead you to explore more of your psychic abilities, which, guess what? The result of this is that it will lighten your load. You see how you had the weight of the world on your back. You see how we have this kind of image of strain, this image of pain, this image of holding a lot of weight, being overworked. And the only thing that can help with this is if your load is lightened, if quite literally speaking, the weight of the world is taken off of your back and taken off of your shoulders so you don't have this back pain anymore. And that is what the moon can do for you. That is what the moon can show you how to access, how to accomplish it, because sometimes we just have to be shown our abilities so we can tune into them and we can use them in order to lighten any loads that we have unnecessarily been carrying on our backs and that we have unnecessarily allowed to make us feel like we are being weighed down, or to make us feel as though we have all of these big responsibilities that actually are not our responsibilities to carry, and actually are not our responsibilities to deal with or to face. But you know how it is, group number 2, often people like to put their responsibilities onto your plate, especially in a professional sense. You know, those people that you work with, and they always like want that special treatment, that extra thing that costs so much extra time for you to look into, that if everyone were to do that, the business would be not profitable at all. But there will always be people like that who you have to deal with. And what your guides want you to ultimately take as the biggest piece of advice with you from your reading is to focus on your well-being, physically and mentally. Quite literally speaking, if you sit a lot all day, one thing that I got is I got a walking pad. So when I am editing my hours and hours and hour long tarot videos, my 700th and 40th video, or however many videos I have at this point on my tarot channel, I focus on my well-being by walking on my walking pad. When I take calls, I do them on my walking pad. When I am just talking to somebody on the phone, I get on my walking pad, because movement helps my well-being, because otherwise I am just sitting the whole time. And I will quite literally get lower back pain if I do not make sure that I move a lot and that I get a lot of steps every single day. And this might be a remedy that is cut out just for you, group number 2. Perhaps you deal with the same. You sit a lot, you're on your laptop, you're a lot, you're hunched over a lot. You're not even noticing how your posture is actually kind of hunched over, and also your shoulder blades are more like pointed inwards, downwards, like into your body, falling into your body, rather than being straight and kind of held back and your shoulders being back. And the more you get used to this, the more your body actually starts to like shape itself into that way. So one thing that your guides really want you to focus on reconnecting with is your well-being, and to find ways to focus on your well-being on a day-to-day basis. I just let you in on my little well-being secret, my little well-being tip, which is the fact that I invested in a walking pad. But for you, it might be investing in taking time to go out for short walks on your lunch break or in the evenings when you are home. It may be that gym membership. It may be that you buy organic products or a cookbook and you actually make those recipes for your well-being. Meditation is another big one that I have gotten back into. Meditation visualizations, I have always been doing those, and I do those every single Sunday live with you guys as well, because it's so powerful, and that way there's no excuse not to do it, because I will look for any excuse to get you to meditate and visualize your dream life, because when you do that, you tune yourself into the frequency of your desired reality. And when you pair that with a very strong emotion, that is when you're actually creating that reality in the 3D, because everything began once as imagination. Think about it, whether it's the iPhone, whether it's the piece of clothing that you're wearing on your back, whether it's whatever it is that you're sitting on now. It could be your bed, your couch, it could be in your car, it could be on a chair. Every one of these things was once a figment of someone's imagination, and that person had to believe it was possible to make it a reality and then embark on the journey of creating it, of manufacturing it, of finding ways to make it real, despite the fact that it didn't exist yet. And I want you to pay close attention to your dreams, your desires, your urges, the things that you want to create as a reality. And rather than feel like it's not possible or it's hard or I'm constantly encountering all of these challenges, I want you to understand the fact that the norm is that when you are turning something from imagination into the 3D, you have to persist in that belief. You have to follow the law of assumption, basically assuming, yeah, it's mine. Of course it's already mine. All I'm doing is I'm shifting. All I'm doing is I am actually accessing this desired reality of mine. And what I'm doing is that I'm attuning myself to being the person who lives in that reality, because then the old me is slowly going to experience a quote unquote death. I am going to go through a rebirth, and I will not only become the highest version of myself, but I will also have the accompanying life of the highest version of me. So group number 2, make sure that you always pair your emotions with all of your visualizations of what you desire, and that you put strong emotion into it, because the stronger the emotion, the more powerful and faster the manifestation will be. Group number 2, this is the reading that I received for you, and I hope that you found it insightful. Feel free to let me know below in the comment section. I absolutely adored spending this divine time and space with you, and wherever you are on this gorgeous planet, All of the resources are below in the description box. You can access them from anywhere in the world, so make sure you check that out if you loved this reading. And if you're completely new to my channel and you watched to this point, just maybe worth hitting that subscribe button for you, because we clearly vibe with one another, and I would hate for you to miss out on any upcoming prediction that I've got for you. So group number 2, I'm sending you so much love, whether it's day or night, as you're tuned into your prediction, and I can't wait for us to connect during one of your upcoming readings. Hello, my gorgeous soul of group number 3. You chose the gold foil tarot deck as well as the pyrite crystal to help guide you through everything that you need to hear. By the way, the pyrite is also known as the fool's gold. This is not only a stone that helps you cleanse energy around your work and career, but it's also said to attract more material wealth and abundance into your life, which may be precisely what you are looking to do and why you felt drawn to this crystal. But now let's move into your reading, group number 3. I am so excited to figure out what you need to hear and to unravel every single message that is important for you right now. Make sure that you get yourself comfortable, get a beverage of your choice, a snack, because this is going to be a very detailed and intricate reading. Put this on in the background as you're driving, as you're cleaning your home, as you're going somewhere. We already have one card that revealed itself, because we are going to get into all of the details, group number 3. So we've got Judgment as well as the 5 of Cups that popped right out. Let's talk about it. Now here, within the 5 of Cups, why this popped right out of the deck as I was shuffling is because your guides are trying to say to you, you're not alone. You don't have to feel constantly as though the world or life is judging you so harshly. You are the only one who's judging you in that way. You are the only one who is being so harsh on yourself. And often you think that others are perhaps looking at you in a judgmental way, like, oh, now she needs a break again. Oh, now they have some sort of issue again. They have anxiety again. They're going through bipolar. Whatever it is that you're going through, maybe stomach issues, IBS, I want you to just know here that you are far more worried about people caring so much in the sense of them judging you. It's actually comical if you were to look into their minds and how little they even think about it, and the fact that they don't even think about that in a negative way at all. So group number 3, stop judging yourself so harshly. In the 5 of Wands, I can see here that there's already so much competition going on in the workplace, in the world in general. You don't have to start overthinking everything that makes you feel as though, oh, will I be able to work just as much or just as hard? Will I have just as much energy? Am I just as smart as this person who had this other education or more time to learn, more time to grow? Group number 3, yes, you are. All right, time is not always indicative of depth. Next up, we've got the Knight of Pentacles coming into your life. Now, this is the Knight of the element of Earth. This is a Capricorn, Taurus, or Virgo person. They're riding in on this black horse, and they've got these red details on them. So this is someone who's got a car that is black on the outside, as the horse represents transformation and transportation, and it represents a car often. So black on the outside, red seats on the inside, okay? Red, leathery, velvet kind of seats on the inside, and they have this dark blue armor. So they like wearing dark blue. They have pretty fair skin as well. And one thing that I can see here is that you're not immediately going to trust them because they are wearing gloves. One thing about human psychology is that humans don't trust others as much when we can't see their hands. So if you're listening to someone on an interview or you're watching an interview and they've got their hands under the table, you're not going to trust them as much as if they put their hands on the table, because that is a weapon, or it was a weapon, as humans were developing their senses, as we were still, in the Stone Ages. Our hands were basically our weapons, right? So not knowing where those quote-unquote weapons are, it activates this prehistoric part of our brain that signals, oh, there is more danger here than if you do see someone's hands and they have them in a very relaxed position. Next up, we've got the Three of Pentacles. So the Three of Pentacles shows us a sculptor at his work in a monastery. What this means is that you are an extremely skilled person. You are the type of person who is seen as an expert in your field. So this is a card of nobility, aristocracy, also glory. And I want you to know here that your guides are trying to remind you of that, because often you are way, way, way harder on yourself than is truly necessary. Yeah, of course you should push yourself. Of course you should always strive to do better. But group number 3, like, can we also give you credit for what you've already accomplished? Can we also give you credit for everything that you've already done, be it professionally, personally, academically? You have accomplished far more than most of those around you. And I see here with an Epona that we've got some earth magic and a black horse again. You are attracting someone who has a black car. You are attracting someone who loves being in nature. So perhaps they or their sister, their mother, because I'm getting very feminine, regal energy, own a horse, and they grew up around horses. They themselves always had a liking. They always had this affinity towards a black horse, and they always really loved the sleek, elegant look of it. Hence why they also chose a black car as they then reach the age of purchasing their own vehicle. So you keep attracting people with these black cars. Quite specifically speaking, the Knight of Pentacles, that is where we have this very close connection. Whether this is a potential romantic interest or not, we will still figure that out. But I just want you to know that this person is definitely extremely drawn to your energy. They're extremely drawn to being around you. Then we've got Lilith, face your shadow. Your guides are trying to say to you, group number 3, that it is time to not be afraid of others, to not be afraid of, for example, men or relationships or strangers, to not be afraid of what you might say or do that would be embarrassing or that would be socially awkward. Group 3, you overthink way, way, way too much. And think of it this way. If you are overthinking so much about yourself, being perfect, doing things well, imagine if everyone were to do that. That wouldn't leave a lot of space for anyone to think about you or others, would that? That wouldn't leave a lot of space for people to judge you. So bear that in mind moving forward, and this is all about shadow work. This is all about you stepping into confronting some of the traumas you've had. So facing your shadow could look for you like going to therapy. It could look like journaling about it. It could look like singing your soul out of your chest every second day, because you know that that gives you the release that you need. It could be going running or going to the gym to the point of exhaustion to really kind of exercise that darkness, those demons, those shadows out of you. So let's move a little more deeply into your reading. This is, by the way, my Pastel Journey Tarot deck. I mean, look at how gorgeous this deck is. So it is clear why it's always been the most popular. And I already mentioned this during the intro because you guys always ask me about this deck in the comments section. So it has restocked. The link is below in the description box. You can now order the Pastel Journey again, but I literally just had it restocked and reprinted a day ago, and we've already sold so many of them, so don't say I didn't tell you. So group number 3, let's move more deeply into it. We have the 7 of Cups and the Queen of Cups. I see Queen energy and a lot of options for you. The 7 of Cups represents a plethora of different options. The Queen of Cups, well, obviously the Queen of Emotions, as the Suit of Cups corresponds to the element of water, which is all about the realm of emotion. I want you to understand here that people love being around you because you have this almost like mom energy. You have this energy of being really caring and nurturing and thinking beyond just what meets the eye. So because you have experienced people who have been extremely unwell mentally, even people who have gone as far as to unalive themselves, you know that it's not always obvious, and the people who are struggling the most are often not the ones who will reach out. They're often not the ones who will say to you, hey, I'm thinking of unaliving myself. They are usually very quiet and they try to hide it when they're in a stage where it is dangerous. And I want you to understand here, you have always been one to know people better than they even know themselves, group number 3. You have always been the kind of person to be able to tell if someone is struggling, even if on the surface everything looks fine. And I see here within the Hanged Man that having this ability makes you an amazing teacher, an amazing therapist of any sorts, whether it's a physiotherapist, a psychotherapist, someone who does chakra healing, chakra rebalancing, perhaps even you working with people who are going through mental traumas as well. So rehabilitation is something you're really good at too. And even being a housewife, a stay-at-home partner, is what I see you thriving at immensely, because in that regard, you can anticipate people's needs. You can anticipate the needs of children. You can anticipate the needs of a romantic partner and of family members, because you actually take a moment to see things from their perspective. And a lot of people never do that. A lot of people don't have the emotional intelligence to practice this. And that's what gives you a leg up. Next, we've got the King of Cups. Your guides are trying to say to you, because of this maturity that you have emotionally, of always having been an old soul, of always having been the kind of person that is way further along than others in your age, especially other people of the gender that you are not of. I want you to know in the King of Cups that your guides want to remind you that you will not be able to have a successful relationship with someone who is not also extremely emotionally intelligent. And that's why relationships have not turned into a success in the past, and why you have to wait till the right one comes along. Perhaps you've already met them. Perhaps you're still open to them. Maybe you're not even dating. Maybe you're even on a celibacy journey. Personally, I am not even dating. And I want you to understand that coming to this realization that whether you're dating, you're not, whether you found the one, the emotional intelligence is the indication about whether your relationship will last. Because when someone is emotionally intelligent, that allows for the relationship to grow and to strengthen. If every time you bring up your emotions, it's an argument, it's a fight, instead of seeing it as we against the problem, they always see it as me against you. That type of friction is not the type of friction you can live with long term. If every time you communicate your feelings and you try to even say it in this way that's like, well, when you do this, it just makes me feel this way. I feel this way. You're not even trying to blame them. You're saying these are your feelings, and in a way, even taking a little bit of responsibility off of the other person. If they are not able to regulate to the point that they can work with that, they are a lost cause. Group number 3, and that's how you can tell whether you're with the right person, whether you're with a good person or not. Are they emotionally intelligent enough to understand conflict resolution and to be able to do conflict resolution with you? I see here within the 8 of Wands that once you've made a decision that something isn't for you, once you've really decided, then you move extremely quickly. That surprises people. People look at you and they think, oh, you're so demure, you're so kind, you're so, almost like, I want to say, harmless. And then the 8 of Wands shows us that actually, yeah, you're harmless until you feel like you've had enough. And that's when you move very quickly. That's when things change in an instant. Even in romantic relationships, yeah, you will stay and you will try and you will do your best until you're done, and then you're done forever, and then you're really done. Then there's no coming back, and then the rose-colored glasses come off and you see the person you were dealing with for the clown that they are. And here within the moon, you have always been an extremely intuitive person. You've always been extremely psychic, group number 3, to the point where people don't even need to tell you the quote-unquote truth. You already know it before they've told you. You already know precisely what's going on ahead of time because you can feel it. when people reveal to you, like, there's something I need to say to you. Actually, Matthew has been cheating on me. Or actually, I'm struggling with this addiction. I'm struggling with this person. I don't want to be in my relationship anymore. I want to end my marriage. It's like you already knew. And they expect this huge reaction. They expect you to be like, oh my God, really? Like, oh my God, Sarah, that's terrible. Oh my God, Jenny, I'm so sorry. I never expected that. But it's like, you did expect that, group number 3. You kind of already knew. You were just counting down the days because you could already sense it. And of course, you are not this rude kind of psychic person who's like, I knew all along, I told you so. No, you're emotionally intelligent and sensitive. You will just listen to them and let them vent to you, let them tell you the story, but it just gives you confirmation that you knew. And furthermore, what enhances your psychic abilities and your inner tranquility and calmness is drinking tea. This is your special elixir. This is what makes you more powerful. Drinking tea, especially like chamomile tea, lavender tea, green teas, peppermint teas. I want you to know here in drinking tea that having pure teas, so without any sugars, any milks, that is what I can see here is a beverage that really brings out the side of you that is connected and that is super grounded. So if you sometimes feel a little bit anxious or a little bit indecisive, it may be that perhaps the coffees, the matchas, the cappuccinos are just a little too much for your sensitive system, for your sensitive soul, and that perhaps you need something that is a little gentler. Of course, tea also has caffeine. Tea also kind of perks you up a little bit, also depending on what type of tea that you're drinking. But on average, it is significantly less than some of these very potent and brewed drinks. So I want you to know here within drinking tea that that is what your guides need you to do. That's what you had to hear right now within this reading. This is the perfect time for you to receive it and to make that change if you haven't already. Whereas within the massage, if your health insurance allows you to get physio, for example, and mine does. I had an accident with my back maybe a year back or something, and I've been going to physio since then, and it's included in my health insurance, so I don't have to pay for it. Perhaps you have the same kind of structure, and if you don't have that kind of structure and you're not paying as much for your health insurance, because for me, for example, I pay almost $900 per month for my health insurance. I know it's wild, group number 3, but also I do live in Switzerland, so that adds to it as well. But here within massage, I want you to be so aware of the fact that if you're not paying a lot for health insurance or for things in life in general, maybe you're not paying a full rent, you're not paying a very expensive health insurance. Perhaps you cook a lot at home, you don't go out as much, you don't drink alcohol, you don't smoke, you don't do all of these things that would otherwise cost a lot of money. Perhaps you don't have a lavish car or anything like that. That means that you have funds freed up that you can invest in your self-care and taking care of you. That means that you can get those massages and know you are not being spoiled. You are not being this person who is over the top about their self-care. Sometimes when we invest in ourselves, we don't realize not just the physical, but also the psychological positive changes that we're putting ourselves through, because we're actually allowing our bodies to recuperate and regenerate. And this is something that your guides are trying to communicate is important for you right now. Getting massages will be extremely good for your back, your lower back, also your neck and your posture. And this is an investment in yourself that is beyond worthwhile. And after all, group number 3, what do we work hard for? What do we make money for? We make money so we can use that money. Money is here to be used. Money is here to make your life easier. Money is here to alleviate stresses. It's not just you going and working yourself to the bone to pay someone else's mortgage, to pay bills, to pay for a car or a car payment, to pay insurances that then pay their workers, but you are not ever using anything. Now within Dryad, exactly, your guides are trying to say to you this important message: protect your energy. That's, at the end of the day, that's what it's about. If you want to be the best partner, the best therapist, teacher, healer, the best mom, the best daughter, the best brother, whatever you want to become the best at, because we also have a very gender fluid kind of depiction here in Dryad. It doesn't matter what you want to be, but you have to protect your energy to be good at it. You have to protect your energy to become the type of person that you've always wanted to become. You're going to have to protect yourself from the inside out. And the only way to do that is by having boundaries, by saying no. But boundaries is always this thing where it's like you are pushing something away. That's what it feels like. Energetically, it's like you are stopping something from entering. But there's a different type of way to protect your energy, which is actually moving towards things that you desire. Moving yourself and inching yourself closer to healing practices. It could even be a breath workshop. It could even be you participating in a yoga class. Agma is reminding you to watch your words. Watch your words about how you speak about yourself. Do you sometimes say self-deprecating things about yourself? Group number 3. If someone compliments you, can you accept it, or do you immediately jump to saying, oh no, I don't look that good, or oh no, this outfit, this old thing, I've had it forever. If someone says, oh, I really like your top, or I really like the dress that you're wearing, I really like how you did your hair, do you immediately jump to saying, oh, well, it's no big deal. Oh, no, not me. It's like, yes, you, group number 3, yes, you are gorgeous. You are worthy of these compliments. You are meant to be able to receive them and do so happily. And I know at the beginning, if you are really not used to receiving compliments and it's just not something that is the norm for you, it might feel really weird. But as you get used to it, it will become normal. It will become like, oh, how kind, thank you. And you will actually not feel cringe from the inside out. So practice this next time someone pays you a compliment, next time someone tells you that whatever you're wearing or whatever is going on that day with you is amazing. Just accept, just say thank you. And you also don't need to say thank you and then look for something to compliment in that person. You can just thank them for the compliment, because sometimes that feels fake. It feels like you're frantically looking for something to compliment back. It's almost the same as not accepting a compliment. It's like the same energy. It's like you're just quickly accepting, but only under the premise that you get to compliment back. And this is about you learning to accept without feeling the need to immediately reciprocate just because they did something kind for you. You can let people do kind things for you without immediately trying to find a way to pay them back in a kind way too. So next, I have this postcard for you, which will reveal some messages from your angels that you are meant to hear right now, group number 3. So let's get into it. Unblock your magic. I cannot wait to read this postcard to you, group number 3. Are you ready? Because I am beyond ready. Now, dearest you, going the extra mile to achieve your dreams and putting in some overtime will reap big rewards. Now is the time for you to act, to stir up some energy and put those plans into action. There are many windows of opportunity that open but close quickly when you don't take the risk and go for it. Today, be confident that your hard work will pay off and you'll feel that satisfaction and fulfillment of reaching your desired outcome. It might turn out even better than you expected. Isn't that amazing? Remember, however much work you're willing to put in, we will match it tenfold on our end. Everyone over here is rooting for you to win the game of life. So just do it. Loving you so, so much. Group number 3, I love, love, love this message that you've received from your guides in the form of this postcard. And I want you to internalize this. Leave a star emoji below group number 3 in the comment section. The only way anyone would know that you're part of group number 3 and that you have claimed this message and you vow to live it is by you leaving that star emoji below, because you'd have to be within group number 3 and you'd have to have received your reading up until this very moment in order to even know what the star emoji represents, in order to even know what that means that you're claiming and affirming. So claim that everyone here is rooting for you to win at the game of life, and that you're just going to start doing and start thinking less. And that is also, by the way, group number 3, if you're looking to build a YouTube channel, if you're looking to accomplish more in your career, that's one thing that I started to do. I started to just stop thinking so much and just start doing. And literally now, even every Sunday, I do a live with you guys, because not only do I attune you to your highest energies, not only do I read your cards for you and so on, during our live webinars, I teach you about financial intelligence, how to up your financial IQ, how to build a successful business, how to create a freedom-based business. But what it also does is it resets the energy from overthinking interactions with others, from overthinking in general to I just do. It is a very freeing, liberating time for all of us. And I want you to incorporate these practices into your week as well. For you, it could be meditation. Maybe it is participating in a live webinar every single week where you're with other people, you're putting on your camera, you're getting a little bit out of your comfort zone, but at the end of the day, it feels really good. Maybe for you, it's going to the gym, it's working out, it's getting uncomfortable around other people, sweating. Maybe for you, it's also quite literally going out, going for lunches, going for dinners. Not all of us see that as a fun activity. For some of us, it gives us a little bit of social anxiety, and we feel like, oh, I have to go here and eat in front of people and so on. So you know what is a bit of a challenge for you to put yourself out there and just do rather than overthink. Be honest with yourself about what those activities are, and then choose those activities. Put them into your calendar. Put them literally into the calendar app on your phone. Write them into your itinerary if you have like a book in which you write your notes, your schedule, and then stick to it. And you writing it down makes the likelihood a lot higher of you actually sticking to it, which is why I always recommend you writing things down, from manifestations to plans to your schedule. Now, group number 3, I'm going to clear and cleanse the space, and then we'll get even more deeply into your reading, because there are still a lot of messages to be unraveled for you. You don't have to do a thing or lift a finger. You can leave the star emoji below while I'm doing so, for example, while I'm clearing and cleansing the space, cleansing it energetically so we can move a little more deeply into your prediction. So you don't have to lift a finger, group number 3, and I'll catch you in just a second. Welcome back, group number 3. Did you miss me? Let's delve a little more deeply into your reading, shall we? So we can figure out precisely what you have to receive and what messages you need to hear right now. So we've got magic as well as the forbidden forest. Quite literally speaking, there is a forbidden forest near you that has a lot of magical energy within it. Within magic, we've also got the number 8, which numerologically speaking is a number of abundance. I'm not underestimating my own magic anymore. That is the mantra that your guides needed to bring to you, that you not only need to hear, but literally write it down. Write it in your notebook. Write down, I am not underestimating my own magic anymore. Because far more often than you should have, you have underestimated your own magic, your own abilities, your own strength, your own worthiness. And this shows us here there is true power in new beginnings and transforming from I'm not sure to I can. Of course it's going to work out for me. Of course I deserve this. Of course I am meant to have this recognition. Of course I'm meant to be celebrated. There is a huge energetic shift and transformation when you go from uncertainty to assuming the best, to the law of assumption of course I deserve this. Next up within the forbidden forest, I do see here that you are so brave. Keep going the way that you do. You are way more brave than everyone within your family, actually. You have tried things that they are afraid of doing, that they have judged you for, low-key as well, or high-key. And I do also see here that you are so brave in that you're always open to trying new things and opening these portals of unknown possibilities and unknown darkness. But within those darkness, we've also got stars, we've also got hope, we've also got different outcomes than the usual person and everyone that you went to middle school and high school with, because I see that you have been far more brave. You are different than they are in every sense of the word, and so your results in life have been different than theirs. And next up here within the Alchemist, the message that we're receiving is, oh, I don't break that easy, not anymore. Instead, I use things as fuel. So we also have this beautiful alchemist kind of flipping off another person. And this brings a message that in the past, when people tried to stress you out or tried to kind of put you down and make you feel inferior, to a degree it may have worked, group number 3. You may have felt a type of soreness when someone said to you, well, don't you think you should maybe change the way that you look? Don't you think you're a bit over the top? Don't you think that you should try this career path instead of that? Don't you think your relationship life should look like this instead of that? And you're just literally flipping off any of those kind of nosy people because you are feeling super empowered to live life on your terms, because life is here for you to be lived and for you to be happy. Literally, if you choose to be, for example, single and child-free, it was never your job to populate the planet. And every child deserves amazing parents, but not every parent deserves their kids. Sorry to put it that way, group number 3, but we're not sorry, because it is the truth. And when people just do what they think they quote unquote should be doing by society's standards, they often just end up messing up other people's lives, whether it's their partner's lives because actually they don't even want to be in that relationship, whether it's their children's lives because it was never their wish to actually have children, but they didn't even think that deep, they just had the kids, whether it's their families' lives because they think that families should look perfect on the surface, but they never actually go below the surface and talk about some of the pains and traumas that really should be talked about. Like, every time someone just does what they quote unquote think they should be doing, they are actually causing so much trauma to their entire environment, and they don't realize this. But you have realized that. And I see here within Memento Mori, we also have Master number 22. The meaning is in the middle. And everyone goes through growth, everyone goes through transformation, just as you have. For a long time, you had a different worldview. And I had a lot of pivotal moments with this as well. I had pivotal moments when it comes to myself, my body, and my diet, where I had huge realizations of what was healthy and what wasn't for me, where I had huge realizations about relationships. I've had huge revelations about that in the last couple years, I would say. A huge change and shift of the fantasy that is sold to us as kids and what reality actually looks like. Huge revelations about relationships with friends, with family, and what they look like in actuality, what an actual healthy relationship is, what actual healthy conflict resolution can look like versus what we're often sold. So the truth is somewhere in the middle. The truth is somewhere between what we're sold and what we're taught, and then adjusting to what actually works. And quite literally, maybe you've experienced this too, group number 3. So I have learned so much more conflict resolution with my mom across the last couple years, to where we never even have like a fight or an argument or something, because we have communicated so clearly that the goal is always to be besties. The goal is always to be insanely close. So we don't argue with each other for someone to win. We don't let the ego get in the way, because if someone wins, our relationships lose, which means that we both lose. So we are always looking to resolve. We're always looking to like ferociously understand one another. And with that mindset and that understanding, and also trusting that the other person won't switch up mid quote unquote argument or disagreement, because that's another thing that a lot of people do. They will all of a sudden switch up and then try to like win the argument or try to make the most important thing their point and their opinion, and then that erodes trust. But when someone doesn't do that, you literally come to agreements and understandings so quickly. You feel heard. It's such a healthy dynamic because you both understand that the goal is health. The goal is understanding one another. The goal is love. And I see here within truth, the message you are receiving, group number 3, is that that which is true will always be enough. And as long as you are living in your truth, as long as you are honest about who you are standing in your integrity. I want you to know this is not only extremely honorable, but that will always be enough. You don't have to over-explain yourself. You don't have to over-explain your emotions, your feelings, your opinions. If it is the truth, if that's how you feel, if someone hurts you, and you say to them, you know what, that really hurt me, and that was really uncomfortable, and I don't want to be put in that position ever again. You don't have to explain more than that. Even that is already a lot. Like, when people start questioning you on these scenarios, they're often just looking for a loophole to justify their behavior and to say that you are being too sensitive, or to make you kind of take your boundary and reevaluate it, which you're not going to do. You have your boundaries, and you are allowed to have those boundaries, and you don't have to explain them to anyone. And people who always want you to over-explain are usually the ones that don't have your best interests at heart. And I see here within the shadow that you're realizing so many people have this really strange relationship with the material world and materialism, as to where they get a lot of confirmation through what they own. And if you strip them of those expensive bags, shoes, the expensive car, the postcode that they live in, the vacations they go on, I can like literally sing you a song of these types of individuals here in Zurich in Switzerland. There are so many people who pretend like, oh, well, I don't really care that much, but would they ever live in a postcode that isn't seen as prestigious? No. Would they ever drive a car that isn't a luxury vehicle? No. Would they ever just go on a vacation that is not like the Maldives or like a luxury vacation? No. Would they ever wear clothing that is from a affordable brand? No. So their actions prove that actually they have this shadow relationship with materialism, this dependence on material things, signaling to other people in this world their worth and their value, because they don't feel as though they inherently have that value, and that they, just as a person, just as who they are, can strongly enough communicate the type of value that they possess. So they either feel like they lack value, or who they are doesn't communicate it to others strongly enough to the degree that puts them in a social echelon that they want to belong in, that they feel like they want to position themselves in. And when you are freed from that, when you don't care that you have thrifted clothes, when, yeah, you can wear a nice piece of clothing, a nice bag, or nice shoes, or nice jewelry, but you can also wear an affordable counterpart or not have it at all and still feel amazing about yourself and still feel confident, that's when you know that you have detached your sense of worth and your sense of value from the realm of materialism. And this is not to demonize materialism, because in our society and this human experience, it comes with the experience of material goods. And demonizing it isn't going to do anything for anyone, because it is the truth that we are living with. We cannot detach ourselves from materialism. Even the homes we live in, we need material things. We need covers, blankets, homes to live in, fridges to keep our food in, cutlery and so on. We cannot completely detach from the sense and the fact that that makes us part of society, and it also makes life a lot easier, but not using it to virtue signal or to signal our worth and our value, and not feeling insecure when we don't have certain luxuries. That is when you know that you've actually made it, when you can have certain luxuries as well, but actually you choose not to because it's just not necessary. Next up, we've got the Ten of Rings. This is a representation of a culmination of a huge sense of satisfaction in the earthly realm, as the suit of rings is the suit of everything in the element of earth, of the material realm that we were just talking about here within the shadow, which actually represents the devil in a traditional deck. And the Ten of Rings represents here, you are feeling so satisfied because you could have way more material things than you actually choose to possess, but you're so happy with what you do have. You're not feeling like you have to overdo it. You're not feeling like you have to prove anything. You have more than you've ever wanted financially and in a material sense, and it is enough. Like, you actually get this feeling of, you know what, it's enough. I'm good. I don't need anything right now. And a lot of people never get that. I see here within the Seven of Rings that because you have this sensation of it's enough, I've had enough, I don't need more, you are also a master investor. Now, being a master investor could be investing in businesses, your business, investing in a way that multiplies your money so that you have security as you get older. It could be investing in real estate, stocks, bonds, mutual funds. I want you to understand here the Seven of Rings is an indication that you diligently invest, you diligently might even have this standing order with your bank where every single month on a certain day, a certain amount of money just goes out into your savings. I have that actually on every 11th day of the month. A certain amount just goes straight into my savings account, and it just happens automatically. I set it, I forget it, I never even think about it. And I do see here within the Three of Wands that what that does is it causes this development where over time, after a couple years, you're like, oh my God, wait, how did this even happen? How did this even come to be? In the most positive way, because now all of a sudden you have this big nest egg. All of a sudden you have all of these extra funds that you didn't even know that you had. All of a sudden, you have this extra security blanket should anything ever happen that you know, okay, you can pay for medical bills, you can pay for your card to be fixed, you can pay for anything that may come up as an emergency because you literally did not allow yourself to fall into this trap of constantly buying things to virtue signal to people who don't care about you anyways, and who won't care if you go broke either, who will actually care even less about you. So you have completely detached yourself from feeling the need to prove yourself to others in the material realm. And you are so focused on the truth, and the truth is you are enough, you've always been enough, you always will be enough, and you're never going to need some sort of material facade to be enough or to show your worthiness. You're never going to need that. Your self-worth and your value and your confidence has developed so much from the inside out that it doesn't even matter whether you're around people who are extremely wealthy or have a lot of everything. You don't feel less than them. And this development is so gorgeous, group number 3. It shows how much you have evolved, how much further ahead that you are than a lot of people in your surroundings, and how knowing that you basing your worth on your truth is all that you need to do. That is your only job. I see here within Serenity that it does exactly that for you. It gives you serenity. It gives you calmness from the inside out. It gives you a sense of relaxation. It gives you a sense of just feeling at peace and at ease. And when you have this serenity is when you can go even more deeply into matters of spirituality. When you're feeling very relaxed, group number 3, just picture how it is when you're feeling really relaxed. Aren't you a lot more receptive to new information? Isn't it way easier for you to sit down and read a book and learn, right? And grow from the inside out? Isn't it way easier for you to take in new information when you have this feeling of serenity that you're experiencing? I know from my experience that I find it a lot easier to transform, to grow, to transcend. And you might feel the exact same way, group number 3. You might have the same experience as to where feeling calm and feeling serene, it brings you this sense of now I'm ready to grow. Now I'm ready to do more. Now I'm ready to take on some new expansion from the inside out. Within Nametana, I can see that your guides are trying to say to you that under a very big tree, like it could be an oak tree, for example, it could be a very big birch tree, like a tree that is bigger than its counterparts that are of the same kind. I see that that is where you can find refuge, and perhaps there's even a bench underneath one of these really big monumental trees near your home, near a park where you can go to, maybe even close to your work. And that is your safe space, sitting there and taking time to journal, taking time to listen, to meditate as well, to have your food, to drink a beverage of your choice, that is a safe space for you to be. That is a safe space for you to exist, to be yourself, and to take time away from the world, to recharge. So you being in the nature and just in front, okay, that's important, front facing of a tree. And you may ask yourself, well, it's a tree. How is there like a front or a back? I mean, if there's, for example, a bench, that would be in front of the tree usually. If there is some sort of like orientation as to where the tree is on the hill and where you are sitting, you have the best view of like the entire landscape, that would be the front. That would energetically be you sitting at the front of the tree. If that is the more exposed area, that is the front. Because if you were in the less exposed area in the back of the tree, you would have more of this sensation of recoiling from the world and going into hermit mode. Whereas sitting in the front of the tree, your back is protected because you've got your tree that quite literally has your back. So it is a safe space, but at the same time, you are still open to seeing, to receiving, to energetically being introduced to newness. Now, within Artemis, one other thing that your guides can see and sense and need to communicate to you is that your braveness actually calls for you to step into a new world and a new hobby. It could quite literally be archery. It could quite literally be something along those lines. Some people like to hunt. As someone who is plant-based, I don't really believe in like killing animals, so that would not be for me, but everyone is completely different and everyone will express their bravery in a different way. And I want you to know here within Artemis that bravery could be you stepping into the energy, and that's my preference. I see animals and these living beings as spirit guides and as energetic goalposts. So, for example, the stag is a representation energetically of leadership. It is a representation of being fearless. It's a representation of standing tall, standing proud. So you stepping into that stag energy would be you stepping into that type of energy that this animal brings with them, right? Whereas obviously if you take the route of hunting for bravery, it is the opposite. It's actually taking that life force away from that being, but it's not going to put that life force onto you. That kind of energetic frequency can only be put onto you if you do the work of actually claiming it from the inside out, of looking at ways in which you can assimilate it, which is way easier to do when the animal is actually alive and you can pay close attention to how it moves, to what it looks like energetically speaking. Group number 3, I do want you to understand here that what comes next for you, an important message, is that you're going to have to be brave and step up and lead your family. I see that your family has never been the best with finances and transparency of finances. Perhaps you even grew up hearing your parents argue about money and argue about how money should be spent and how much people in your family are spending and how much things cost. I just want you to know that you can be the cycle breaker. You can be the pattern destroyer. You can be the one who does things differently, not just personally, but with your own family. And you can even reparent, not just yourself, but reparent your parents. And if you have the patience to sit down to talk to them about financial literacy, about spending time making sure that finances are invested in a way that even when they are in their very, very old age, they will still have financial kind of nest eggs that they can rely on, that they can deal with, that they can use in order to create a feeling of safety. I want you to just understand here, it does take a lot of bravery also, because in a way you can't prove that what you're saying is correct and is right because you're still on the younger side than these people that came before you, than your parents, than, you know, even siblings that are older than you. But the thing is, it's not always about age. Sometimes you just making sense and taking the time to explain it and just saying why you're explaining this. Like, for example, telling them, you know, you could get to 100 years old and I would just hate to see you struggle because you didn't make smart moves. And here are literally the pieces of evidence of the fact that if you invest some in real estate and some in these stocks, this, Fortune 500 stocks, then on average you will get a return of 8% per year, or whatever the percentage is. When you pull it up and you back it up with facts as well, people are a lot more likely to listen to you. And even if they don't immediately say, okay, let's do it, they will think about it and they will come back to you and they'll be like, you know what, I thought about it. Actually, I do think it's a good idea. Let's try to diversify. Let's try to do so. And it is important that you be brave by yourself as well, group number 3. So literally do what I do with the savings account. It effortlessly builds more wealth. It effortlessly creates this saving, this nest egg that you just set and forget. Invest into stocks as well. And make sure that you're always just investing a little bit so you're not stressed out. But at the same time, you will notice that over time this compounds, this grows profusively. So don't wait. Start now, group number 3. That's what you're meant to receive in the form of the urgency that we have here when it comes to the earthly realm for you. Now, group number 3, I have a few more messages for you. You don't have to lift a finger. You don't have to do anything. Simply continue to relax and enjoy this reading. That's basically it's like a private reading. I feel like we're together in the room, like I'm right before you here at this table, like we're just 2 old squirrel friends vibing, talking to one another, and seeing what the cards have to say for you. And I love this vibe. I love when the energy is like this, and I can sense that Spirit is very talkative, group number 3. Spirit has a lot that Spirit still wants to reveal to you. So you don't have to lift a finger, as already mentioned. Just hold on tight. I'm going to clear and cleanse the space. I'm going to get myself another herbal tea, and then I'll be right back for us to delve even more deeply into your reading. Welcome back, group number 3. So let's delve more deeply into your reading, shall we? Coming back to the pyrite as well, I just wanted you to also know that the healing properties of the pyrite includes that it increases vitality and your physical stamina, which is amazing if you're trying to overcome fatigue. Perhaps you've literally just been thinking to yourself, oh, I'm feeling kind of fatigued, I'm feeling kind of tired. Why is that? How can I kind of overcome this feeling and overcome this sensation? And it's also said to help to improve oxygen flow in the body and just improve your circulatory health. And a lot of people use this in order to keep their motivation going. Keeping their motivation when it comes to, for example, increasing financial abundance, but also being healthy within your body. So first up, we've got the new moon in Virgo, a time to give rather than take. You are a natural giver, group number 3, so this comes to you in a form that feels very comfortable. It feels like something you know. It feels very normal for you to give. It feels very normal for you to do things for others. So this is not at all an uncomfortable scenario that you will be in. Shortly after you've received this reading, you will find that it makes sense why it's a time to give rather than to take, because there will be someone in need that comes to you and asks you for help. And for you, it's going to be very easy to say yes to them. Including our Astro Dice, we've got a Libra coming to you. So this Libra is going to be in need. Maybe there was even a natural disaster near their home, and they are asking you for some help, either directly or through you actually donating a little bit of money or donating some items that can help victims and people who are struggling through this situation right now. And it gives this feeling of not just you participating in something philanthropic, but also in this feeling of togetherness, really. Next up, we've got the waxing crescent moon. Have faith in your dreams. Group number 3, if you sometimes look at your dreams and they scare you, then you're dreaming big enough. That's how you know that you are aiming high enough, because some of us, we dream too small. And if your dreams don't scare you a little bit, they are not big. They are literally not challenging you to the degree that your dreams should challenge you. So feeling this sense of, oh my God, I'm a little scared. Maybe this is too much. Maybe this is too big. That's a good thing. That's a positive sign. That means that you're dreaming really big and you are going to the edge of your belief. And whenever you go to the edge of something is when there is possibility to expand it. If you don't go to the edge, there's no expansion. It's just like working out. If you don't push yourself to a little bit of a point of limitation, like you don't have to push yourself to complete exhaustion, but if you don't push yourself to your limit, then you can't expand that limit. Like if you don't push yourself beyond your current range, your range will not increase in mobility or even in weightlifting. If you constantly lift the same amount of weight and you never try to go heavier, you obviously will never increase your muscle mass. And sometimes we deliberately don't go past a certain amount. Like, for example, Victoria's Secret models or people who depend on their bodies to look a certain way to actually have an income to even sustain life, right? They're going to be very careful to not expand beyond that limitation that they've set for themselves. But there are very few examples in which people deliberately do not increase the limitation, do not increase their scope of mobility, because when it comes to being stronger, having more stamina, building your confidence, there's no reason for you to set any type of limit as to how far you will go, because it's not going to harm you to be able to run 10 miles instead of 5 miles or 2 miles instead of 1 mile. It's not going to harm you to be able to focus for 3 hours instead of only 30 minutes of focused work, because you've taught yourself how to do that. You've expanded your kind of like amount of focused work that you're able to do. It's not going to harm you to expand in that way. Now, within the full moon in Leo, you are receiving the message to not allow for your pride to get in the way ever, because there can be times where you feel as though, well, you know, I don't really need that. You feel as though you've already worked really hard and now it's time for you to finally get the recognition. And it can be hard when you put a lot of effort into something and you don't get any recognition from friends or family or just the people within your surroundings. And then rather than just continuing to work hard at your job, for example, if you feel like you never get recognition from clients, customers, people in your field, it can sometimes be hard to continue on with the same vigor, but your guides are trying to communicate to you, don't let pride get in your way. Don't let that feeling of your ego get in the way of why you're actually doing what you're doing, of your actual purpose, of the fact that actually what you're doing goes so much deeper than where your mind can take you. So don't let your ego get in the way. Furthermore, we also have the number 15. So always towards the middle of the month, there are these little like mini crashes that you experience emotionally speaking that bring you out of balance and where you have to remind yourself, you've got this. And don't let your ego or your pride get in the way when it comes to taking care of you. If you have been skipping out on going for those walks, those runs, going to the gym, taking care of your body, also because to a certain extent you are almost a little embarrassed to show up in those spaces because perhaps you haven't been in a long time and you feel as though it's written all over your forehead, like, I have not been taking care of my skin, I have not been taking care of my body, I haven't been taking my supplements. Going to the dentist, for example, because you know you haven't been flossing, going to your doctor because you know you haven't been taking those vitamin D or B12 or iron supplements, and literally they're going to check and you're going to be low on it, and then it's going to reveal that actually you weren't really doing what you were supposed to do. Group number 3, I just want to tell you right here, we all go through that. None of us are perfect. We all fail at some of these things, and I wouldn't even call it failing. It's just being human. Sometimes we are too lazy to do it, or we don't think it's going to catch up with us. Sometimes it's actually an internalized form of lack of self-care, lack of self-love that you are now revealing to yourself. Because it's now becoming very clear that somehow you don't think you are worth doing these things regularly. Somehow there is a little part of you that feels as though I don't want to be as healthy as I could be. I don't want to engage in the behavior that will make me the absolute best. And sometimes it is literally fear of success. It's fear of your own success. It's fear of you doing amazing because you're like, well, how am I going to handle all this money once I'm extremely successful financially? How am I going to handle all of the fame when all of these people come to me and tell me how I've changed their lives, and when I'm this well-known person, when my art breaks through? And it's like, can we worry about that when that time comes, group number 3? I know it can sometimes sound like really delulu, but your guides are trying to say to you, we all have dreams, and we all, in our own heads, we're allowed to think whatever the F we want, group number 3. And in the waxing crescent moon, and now dreams showing up again within this oracle, your dreams are an important aspect of your driving force. They are what keep you sane. Your dreams are what keep you going. Your dreams are the reason why you're here, and you have been given your vision and your dreams for a reason, group number 3. And I don't want you to play it down or to neglect your dreams, to neglect the vision that you've been given about your dreams. I want you to make sure that you see them through, because we only have one life. We have one shot at this thing called life. And some of us, we live as though we have a spare life, almost like a spare tire somewhere in the back of our closets, when we really don't, when we really should actually be getting the most out of every single day, making the most out of every single moment, loving ourselves fully every opportunity that we get. Because what's the alternative? And is the alternative worth wasting your precious time on? Because people say time is money, but that's not true. Time isn't money. Time is greater than money. Because if I were to say, I'll give you $10 million tomorrow, but the catch is your life ends tomorrow, you're not going to take it. Or if I tell you, I'll give you $10 million tomorrow, but the catch is your life ends a day after you receive that money. 99.9% of people are not going to take that money, because time is greater than money. Time is more valuable than that. And also, a lot of us, we believe that we can make that money if we have our time back. So that shows you that time is actually not equal to money, like a lot of people try to say. And we have to reconcile with the fact that in many ways, we sometimes forget how valuable time is in day-to-day life. And it's only then when we hear these examples, when we really think about it, when we really ponder on it, that we realize, oh my God, my time is actually so valuable. I can't believe I spent it overthinking about another person who clearly does not value my time or doesn't think about me in the same way that I think about them. I can't believe that I wasted my time overthinking, my worth, my value, my capabilities. I can't believe that I wasted my time kind of feeling inferior when I could have just felt like I was the best, when I could have just felt extremely confident, and that would have increased the likelihood by a lot that I would be successful. So it starts really in the home. The home is your head. The home is your mental headspace. And I want you to remember here that what is so important for you to pay attention to is also how you feel at home. How do you walk around at home? Do you walk around with your head held high, or are you slouched over? Do you have good posture? At home, do you do affirmations? Do you journal? Do you make sure that you are taking good care of yourself already at home? Or do you already neglect yourself at home and then go out in the world and expect the world to fix you? Group number 3. So I hope you can appreciate these messages that are coming through and how very real and direct that they are, how they're not sugar-coated in any way. Because sometimes we have to just get the information in a clear, very real, very to the point manner to then be able to act on it. And to then, once we've received our reading, to do something with it. Now, next up, we've got the message of fertility. It's time to think about family life and children. Don't sacrifice family for career. For you, group number 3, sacrificing family for career is in the end not going to make you feel fulfilled. What is important for you is also to pay attention to fertility and look at different ways in which you would like to tackle this. For some of us, it is preserving our eggs. For some of us, it is starting a family sooner so we don't have to go through the egg preserval procedures. For some of us, it's also deciding, you know what, fertility is something that I will leave up to chance. If it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, it doesn't. But I'm going to just focus on the beautiful relationships that I have right now. And if they are kind of expanded through fertility, through kids, then that's great. But I am not going to kind of force anything. And that's where you're not sacrificing family for career, because you're spending time with your loved ones and you're allowing things to happen as they should. So I just want you to know here in fertility that your guides, for some reason, they're picking up on a discrepancy, on some sort of friction that's going on with you internally in terms of fertility. Oh, and we've got public face. This also has to do with the perception of you. All right, so follow your heart, become who you want to be, earn that reputation for being who you want to be. It's okay to be yourself, even if you have an unconventional view on fertility and relationships and what you want to do. Like, for example, being single and child-free by choice and not even considering that in this very moment. It is not what is expected of all of us, so to say. And I think also the way that you look can completely change the expectation as well. I find that if a woman is, for example, by society's standard, looked at as attractive, there is far more of an expectation for her to get married, for her to have kids, for her to be with a man rather than be with a woman, or rather than be child-free and single. And this also is very funny to kind of look at, to kind of observe, because if a man is extremely good looking, he is expected to not necessarily settle down, which is funny because the counterpart to that is like the complete opposite. So sometimes we got to ask ourselves, are we even made for one another in that sense, right? Are the two genders even compatible in the way that society puts expectations on us at different stages of our lives, and depending on how we look, how we represent ourselves in society, our education level, and so on. So I just want you to know here that what is expected publicly should have nothing to do with the decision that you actually end up making for yourself, because the public does not have to live with the consequences of the choices that you've made or that you didn't make. And as long as you are thinking in advance about what you truly can feel in your heart that you want, it could be more children, it could be no children, it could be a partner, it could be being by yourself, it could be marriage, or it could just be a partnership. It could be the fact that, yeah, you know what, you are open to being with someone for a certain amount of time, and you're fine if that relationship does not work out forever, and perhaps you end up remarrying, you end up being with someone else. It might not be one person for the rest of your life. Some of us are okay with that too. And I don't want you to feel this pressure of conforming. And if you had to hear that it is okay for you to have your own opinion, your own wants, your own needs, your own unique feeling toward fertility, toward family life, toward who and how you want to spend the rest of your life, this is your confirmation to follow your heart. This is your confirmation to do what you want to do. Don't allow for anyone to pressure you in this short amount of time that we each were rewarded with in this lifetime. Like, live life the way you want and reconcile with yourself. And if you have to, profess to your family that, you know what, no, you are never going to have kids, or you are never going to do that career in medicine, or that career in law enforcement, or that career in this field that they wanted you to be in. It's just never going to be you. You're not doing it. You're not following through on it because it is not natural to you. It is not native to your being. It feels wrong. And you're not going to waste your life or your time doing something that feels inherently wrong, that your body is rejecting, because that will cause a whole host of different ailments that you just don't deserve to deal with, group number 3, because it's not necessary for you to deal with those. So your guides are trying to communicate to you the most important thing is to feel into your body and feel into precisely what your body feels comfortable with and what not. Perhaps when you close your eyes, you breathe deeply and you meditate on the word marriage, children, fertility, building a home together. You might have warm, fuzzy feelings and feelings of longing. You might have feelings of feeling repulsed, feeling like anxiety. And these feelings come up for different reasons, and it's important that we don't just always ponder the challenging feelings, but also if we feel like, oh, this is what I really want. Why do we want this? Because we also got to remember sometimes people have quote unquote good intentions, but this will also help you to pick the right partner. I'm seeing here in fertility and the home that picking the right partner is really important for you, because sometimes people dream, but they don't understand that their dreams are actually not what they're living. I want you to understand here that when you ask certain people, like if you, for example, and I've noticed this as a straight woman, if you ask a man the ways in which he loves you and what he loves about you, he will often start listing ways in which you serve him. Like, oh, I love that she takes care of me. I love that she's always there for me. I love that she puts me first, or she makes the best hot chocolates, or, you know, the best roast dinners. She always checks in on me. And there's nothing wrong with him appreciating the ways in which you serve him and do things for him, but that shows, again, his dream of a relationship might be more closely intertwined with having someone doing something for him, rather than his dream being to also serve you, or to see you as this being that he pedestalizes and puts on this platform of treating you with so much love and care and respect, whether you do things for him or not. So you're going to want to look at the intricacies of different people's psychology. And I'm not saying that if someone lists ways in which you do things for them, that that's immediately a red flag, but it's an orange flag where you want to make sure that this person isn't just with you when you can do things for them or for what you can do for them, and that you don't let your ego get in the way because you are being adored and you're receiving compliments from another person who you also love and are romantically interested in. Don't let that cloud your judgment, because there are a lot of people who decades down the line wish that they would have been real with themselves and seen that whoever they were spending their time, their youth, their energy, and their fertility on actually wanted to benefit a lot from the relationship rather than have a mutually beneficial partnership. So your guides are trying to point that out to you, because this is something a lot of people never talk about. This is information that is often kept hidden. And also even people in relationships, in marriages, they will never, ever be real about this and talk about this. So your guides wanted to give you this thought to ponder on. Your guides wanted to make sure that you are not afraid to think beyond what society wants us to think about and what people in these normal relationships want us to see, because it's not good or bad, it just is, and you get to pick for you, group number 3. So this is the reading that I've received for you. I truly hope that you enjoyed it and that you found it insightful. All of the resources that you may be interested in, if you want even more, if you want more readings, if you want to be part of my Sunday lives, my webinars where I teach you everything that you need to know about building yourself up. If you are an aspiring business owner or you want to increase your revenue in your own entrepreneurial ventures, that is perfect for you, because I literally have hundreds of classes on how you can do that. And you get live coaching and live tarot readings with me every single Sunday. These are also recorded, by the way. I will link all of these resources below in the description box, so check these out. If you are an entrepreneur and you've always wanted a space that unifies your spirituality, your psychic abilities, and allows you to bring out your psychic abilities and actually use those to your advantage professionally, then PsychicCEO and just the space that I've created is perfect for you. It's a safe haven for people like us, really. But I do also just want you to know that wherever you are on this planet, you are so greatly appreciated. And I truly hope that this reading resonated with you. So group number 3, whatever time it is, wherever you are, know that I'm sending you so much love. And I can't wait to connect with you during one of our upcoming readings. Hello, my gorgeous soul of group number 4. You chose the Circle of Doors tarot deck as well as the speckled jasper crystal. This is also an electroplated crystal, which is why you can see this kind of iridescent shine that's on this beautiful speckled jasper. Now, this jasper is known for its spotted or speckled appearance, and it's a very grounding and nurturing stone with strong protective and stabilizing energies, which may be why you chose it. So this is is a stone that is known for its comforting energy and provides emotional support during stressful or challenging times. Amongst crystal lovers, the jasper is known as the supreme nurturer because it enhances physical and emotional stamina, and it makes the stone an ideal choice for anyone who is facing long-term challenges, as it also helps with decision making, staying present, mental clarity, and focus if you are looking to reduce scattered thoughts and mental distraction. So I'll just put your speckled jasper right up here. Actually, let's lay it down because then we can see a little more of the stone. So let's move straight into your prediction, group number 4, to figure out everything that you need to hear. As already mentioned during the intro, make sure that you lean back, relax, and enjoy this reading. Get yourself a beverage of your choice, some snacks, because we are going to be getting into every nitty-gritty detail that you are meant to receive. Get your notebook, take notes, and make sure that you add this video to your downloads, to your watch later, because I can promise you're going to want to come back to this information. So first up, we've got the Crone of Cups as well as the Eon. So one thing that I can see here is that you were always meant to be a healer, but I also see that you will be called to take medicine. Now, whether that is plant medicine or whether that is you healing your body through going toxin-free, only buying things that are organic, making sure that you go through some sort of flushing out of toxins. Some of us do that by fasting. I personally love to fast during certain days where I just don't want to constantly be digesting, so I won't eat in the morning and at lunchtime unless I'm hungry, because I am here to heal my body. The body has an opportunity to heal itself when it's not constantly being fed nutrients, information, and also sometimes really unhealthy ingredients and chemicals. So the Crone of Cups does also show here that group number 4, you are a natural born healer, which may be why you go through some long-term challenges as well, because not only do things stay on your mind for a long time, but if you have legal proceedings that you're going through, it may just be because you were trying to be a good person and honestly you were too nice. And now you are in a situation where you have to make sure that you put your health first. Don't let anyone get to you in a sense that brings you down psychologically or physically, because you're a very sensitive empath. But I see here in the lovers that in the end you always win, and love always wins. And in the end you always have the healthiest, best romantic relationships while others struggle. And let me tell you why. Because your pure energy and your pure intentions can be felt. And when you find someone who sees you for that and wants to be with you for all of the right reasons, it is like magic, group number 4, because that is when you're in a type of relationship that can last a lifetime, and where whoever is with you does not want to lose you under any circumstances. They will do whatever they can to ensure that they don't slip up, they don't make a mistake that makes you want to leave them. So you being extremely valuable when it comes to dating and relationships, it's something that you maybe have always felt, even to the point that you were ghosted, you were literally not picked because that person realized you were way too good for them. So instead of having the courage to try to be with you, they didn't have enough self-esteem and they kind of just let the relationship crumble. I see here within the Maga of Shells that there is this huge part of you that has always believed in true love. You've always believed that in a sense you were born lucky, and the Maga of Shells is actually the master of risk and reward. So this Maga of Shells always hatches a new plan for transforming any potential energy of your hopes into the kinetic energy of success. So the Maga of Shells pays close attention to the movements of the world and searches for subtle shifts of the earth that reveal the veins of gold hiding beneath your feet. So when your body and when you're in your body, do you feel the hunches that lead you to your victories? Do you feel quite intuitively in a psychic sense almost, what you have to do next, because that would be symbolic of you having traits of this maga of shells, of this basically mother matriarch, this king of shells. Next up, we've got strength for you. What this represents within the tarot is that no matter what stands before you, group number 4, you are able to slay, quite literally. It doesn't matter whether there is a beast before you, whether there's someone that everyone else is afraid of, someone who has a very high social status, or someone who is physically extremely, strong and intimidating. That doesn't matter to you, group number 4, because you know your inherent strength and value, and also the fact that you are a leader, it comes from within. You don't need to physically intimidate other people to be in a position of strength. You don't need to be the type of person that uses intimidation tactics in order to make others feel small. And that is what makes you truly strong, because anyone who needs to do that is actually not a strong person. They're actually pretty insecure. And I want you to know that what comes next, what you have to hear, is that the fact that you are someone who is very psychic, very intuitive, and you're extremely strong, it makes you intimidating. And I want you to know here within the healer, the Crone of Cups, that in a career such as being a doctor, a nurse, being a healer like a chakra healer, a sound healer, even doing physical therapy, being a yoga teacher, and so on, working in the healing space, that is where you will really excel and do amazingly well. That is where a lot of people will come to you. They will pick you over someone else. You'll have a lot of clients that stay with you for decades because of this very strong energy that you have. However, when it comes to friendships, that's where you have to be careful, because some people will feel intimidated by the kind of energy and light and also the competence that you bring to the table. And they may feel insecure when they see how much you're doing, how hard that you're working, how much you actually put your foot down once you say you are going to accomplish something and you end up doing it. You don't just talk about it. That can make some people feel extremely inferior. And of course, they may not understand why they're feeling this way towards you, and they will find something else to blame. They will say, oh, you never listen to them, you're not there for them, you're not a good friend. They will find something to blame rather than actually going deep enough to the point where they would understand that they just have a feeling of inferiority around you and your accomplishments. So be careful with certain friends who are far less accomplished than you or don't have the type of drive that you have, because those are the ones who will usually fail to reflect. That's also why we have reflect showing up within your reading. You are the kind of person who is extremely self-reflected, who understands the power of reflection. That's also why in connectivity to the lovers, you always have the strongest, healthiest relationships, and people are jealous of the type of romantic relationships that you end up having because they feel so real. And anyone who ends up with you, they will always be able to say, even once the relationship ended, you were different. You gave them a feeling that they've never experienced before. You gave them this sense of caring. You gave them this sense of importance. You were the type of person that they could lean on, that they could trust, and you truly had pure intentions. And they feel that with you more than with anyone else, and that's also why truth is showing up here within your reading. Group number 4, because you are a very truthful, honest person. You cannot stand liars. You are allergic to liars. You are literally allergic to lies. Like, you will get hives. You will get a rash if you need to lie. You will start to feel physically sick if you are put in a situation where you have to kind of tell a half truth. You cannot do it, group number 4. So that actually says a lot about you. And by the way, if you're wondering about these cards, even the Circle of Doors Tarot. So first and foremost, the Circle of Doors Tarot was a gift from a subscriber of mine who sent this to me, which I am so eternally grateful for, because this is a beautiful deck. And this is just shows how thoughtful and kind my community is. And then second of all, the second deck that I've just been using now, because you guys always ask me about these decks. This is the Love Oracle of Eden deck, which was also sent to me. And the creators of these decks I mean, look at the thought and the quality that they put into this. And fun story, group number 4, you know how I have my own tarot and oracle decks as well, how I sell those, and I've created those from scratch. Well, I was looking for a new manufacturer because I always want the quality to be top tier. And when I was sent this beautiful deck, this Love Oracle of Eden by Abusua Pa Publishing. That's what we've got here. But I'll also leave the link below because I love to support my subscribers. They are subscribers. They watch my videos. So you guys know I love to support you. And then I reached out to them and I said, you know what? Your decks are such amazing quality. Would you share with me? Would you share the manufacturer with me? And they did. And they actually went ahead and shared it with me, even though I said, I understand we are quote unquote competition, but I love your deck. I love the messages and the clarity that I receive from your deck. So I would be so grateful because it's amazing quality. And I always want everything to be of amazing quality that I do for my subscribers. And they literally shared it with me. And this just shows you the truth is that in a community, whether it's the spiritual community, the healing community, the tarot community, whatever you'd like to call it, when you put your kind and very clear self-reflected energy out there, that's usually also what you receive. People are a lot more supportive than you think that they are when they can feel the sincerity. There's a very small group of people who are not supportive or who lack confidence to the point that they don't want to see you win. Most people really do want to see you win, and most people really do want to be part of your creative endeavors and part of your creative growth. Your guides are telling you to create, group number 4, just like I had that hunch to create, and I wasn't afraid to reach out to the creators of this deck. You would be surprised at who is able to help you, at who is able to help you on your creative journey through information, through giving you feedback. Just try, just reach out to group number 4. The worst thing that could happen if you reach out to your hero or your mentor or who you hope to be your mentor is that they don't have time for you. But the thing is, you will always be met with tenderness if you take that risk and you put yourself out there and you make yourself emotionally vulnerable. Your guides are trying to communicate to you, especially when it comes to your career professionally. Don't be afraid of being rejected, because the more you actually read autobiographies of people who you look up to, the more that you reach out and try to find ways in which you can be even more successful, the more you will see that people really do want to find ways to support you and help you, even if it's in small ways. And furthermore, what I'm also getting here is that the truth is you lacked tenderness as a child. The truth is you lacked tenderness in relationships in which actually it should have been built off of tenderness. It should have been built off of this very soft type of care that allows you to feel safe, almost like this baby being held here in the tenderness card. And when you lack that, it gives you a certain kind of uncertainty and insecurity with which you go out into the world, because you never know, do you have to wear your armor or will people actually be kind to you? And you are not that person anymore. You are not that kid anymore. You are grown now, group number 4. And it's time that you remind yourself of the world not only being a scary place and not only having people who you have to watch out for, but there are also a lot of people like you and I who are kind. There are a lot of people like the gorgeous deck creators, my beautiful subscribers, who literally send me things from all over the world to use within my readings to enjoy, because they thought or heard in one of my readings, oh, you like matcha, so I sent you some matcha. Like literally so many sweet ways in which we can connect with one another. So just like I create these readings here for you, you are also a giver. You are also a carer, a nurturer in your own way, group number 4. And your tenderness will be met with tenderness. Do not go out into the world being so skeptical due to the traumas that you have experienced that it shields you in the end from people who actually really want to team up with you and want to make magic with you and want to be your best friend and want to be your partner and want to marry you and have kids with you and be really close to you. So next up within your reading, we have got the 9 of Cups. This is a card of satisfaction. This is a card of contentment. This is a symbol that for you, group number 4, you are meant to have romantic relationships and friendships in which you feel extremely content, in which you feel extremely seen, taken care of, and valued. You are always, as already mentioned, you are always meant to have good relationships. The 9 of Cups is an amazing relationship card because the suit of Cups is a suit of the element of water. It is the suit of your emotions. The 9 of Cups, as you can see, it gives a very light kind of celebration feel. And that's exactly what's coming next for you, group number 4. You are going to be celebrated. And perhaps it's your birthday soon, but perhaps it's just also time for people to throw a little surprise celebration for you because you have been putting in so much work, so much overtime. You care so deeply for other people. And I see here with injustice that karmic balance in the end will always prevail and will always take place. So at times it may feel like mean people, bad people, people who try to jump the line, they always end up ahead of the game. They always end up winning. But karmic balance always strikes, group number 4. And I want you to have this deep understanding that all of the times when nobody was looking and you chose to do the right thing, like when you were at your work and sure, you could have taken that money and nobody would have found out, but you never did and you never would. Like sure, you could have skipped out on your project being completed down to the T because no one would have checked the little details of the accounting of the creative project, of the research that you did. Nobody would have actually gone that extra mile and checked it anyways, but you still did it well. Sure, you could have just cheated on your ex or on your current partner and it would have been very easy for you to do. And when nobody was looking, you were pursued, you had the opportunity, but you never did because you behave exactly the same when people are looking as when nobody is there looking and nobody is there checking. And that makes you someone who is not just living in truth, but that gives you a very clean, karmic type of slate and energy. It gives you a very clean, karmic lack of depth that you are not dealing with because spiritually and energetically speaking, you are pure. You are not carrying weight on your shoulders the way a lot of other people are, and you would never even think with some of these people how much weight that they are in fact carrying on their shoulders. It is often very hidden until there is an explosion, until we find out, oh, this person has actually been cheating, or this person actually has a whole nother family in a whole nother country, or this person unalived themselves because they had so much they were struggling with that they never felt they could share with people. And that's not to put fault on anyone. It's just to tell you that the more you avoid a discrepancy, the more you avoid the cognitive dissonance of being one person in public and one person when people are looking and another person when nobody is looking, if you avoid that, then literally your life is going to be so much easier and mentally so much more free and liberated than when you are constantly trying to be one person in front of others and then another person in secret or in hiding and when nobody is looking. So I want you to know here within justice that justice will prevail if you're right now in a legal battle. Okay, justice will prevail in the sense of be strong, continue to pursue the situation, and by pursue, I mean don't back down. Reply to letters, legal letters, quickly. Reply to things with a very fast, decisive answer because it shows that you are not afraid, and that also shows that you are not afraid of the truth. You are not afraid of people reflecting on who is in the right and who isn't, and it gives other people the signal, I am not afraid, I know my truth, I know who I am. And especially legally, if you're in a legally challenging situation or you're arguing with someone at work, it could be a coworker or your boss, and literally there has to be a decision made. The more that you show fearlessness by showing up, by voicing, by answering quickly, the more it will become really clear where justice needs to be served and that you are not hiding anything. You are very transparent about who you are. You're very transparent about what you've done. And I want you to know here that justice will be served and it will prevail, even if at times it feels challenging. Now, group number 4, this is only the first part of your reading I've received for you. We have so many more details and intricacies to get into. I will now clear and cleanse the space, and while I'm doing so, make sure that you leave a heart emoji below in the comment section to let me and others know that you're part of group number 4, because that's the only way anyone would know. That's if you selected group number 4 and you watch your reading up until this point. So as I'm clearing and cleansing the space, and I'll be right back with you, don't forget to leave that heart emoji in the comment section, group number 4, and we'll delve even more deeply into your reading. You don't have to do a thing or lift a finger. I'll be right back with you once I have cleared and cleansed the space, and we can delve more deeply to every single message that you have to receive right now. Welcome back, group number 4. So let's delve more deeply into your reading, shall we? With everything that you need to hear right now. Let's figure out precisely what that is. Oh, nourish your temple. And then we also have spend time with friends. Spend time with friends cooking. Do a cookout. Spend time with friends eating. Spend time with friends nourishing your temple, having healthy foods, making avocado on toast, having some yummy teas, having some healthy foods, and then perhaps you've got some tarot oracle cards and crystals here. Perhaps you're doing some breath work as well. I want you to know here that in nourishing your temple and spending time with friends, sometimes we underestimate how healing and how fun it can be to actually just enjoy like a nice matcha, a nice coffee, a nice meal with someone that we love. Sometimes we underestimate the healing effects not only on the body but also on the gut and on the relationships, because spending time with someone, having food, it shows that you trust them. It shows that you're relaxed enough around them to share a meal with them, especially if you are enjoying it. And that can feel extremely nourishing for your temple, because sometimes if you're with the right people, it can make it a lot easier for you to make healthy choices. So if you have that friend who is in exquisite shape and their skin is glowing, their body looks beautifully put together, healthy, they've got nice, muscle strength, definition, whatever it is that your ideal of beauty represents as well, which is hopefully health, reach out to them. Ask them if they would be open to cooking together, to sharing some of the things that they eat with you. Perhaps you can do a little get together. For me personally, my next kind of it's not a cookout since I'm providing the food, but I'm doing a Valentine's Day. So it's like Valentine's Day, but for all of my girlfriends and I, and a couple friends who have a more fluid identity as well. And what I'm doing is I'm going to be providing really nourishing food. So 80% of the food is going to be nourishing and healthy, and then 20% of it might be some cakes, it might be some chocolates, it might be something that is just nourishing for the soul, that is nourishing and nice to have, of course, within a certain amount. And that is one thing that I feel like really brings us closer together, sharing beautiful, healthy, nourishing meals. Just imagine that feeling when you've had something really healthy, how that feels in your body, and then being around people that you love. Feels so good. Group number 4. Next, we've got connect with your womb. So if you are someone who has a womb or still has a womb, not everyone has a womb or is able to still connect with that part of their body, I just want you to know this is about connecting with that chakra point. So whether you identify as someone who has a womb or not, this is about you connecting with your natural cycles. Now, your guides are trying to say to you, if you have been having issues or pains or any kind of struggles, it could be because you're not nourishing your temple correctly. You're not getting the type of nutrients that your body needs to function optimally. So check that out. Go to a nutritionist, do some blood work with your doctor. Make sure that you're being real with yourself about whether you're actually nourishing your body or whether you're just kind of eating whatever you want. And a lot of it is maybe not the best nutritionally for your body. And also talk to some friends. You would be surprised at who in your friend circle is going through the same dilemma or has gone through the same ailments that you're going through, the same symptoms, and found an amazingly easy and healthy and very kind of like warm, gentle way to overcome any of these challenges that you are going through. We've got make a meal, group number 4. Are you meal prepping? Are you making healthy meals? Because your guides are really calling you out heavily on nourishing, on your meals, on your diet. You are being called to really put down the phone, put down the laptop, get a book, okay, and get into the nutrition of you. I had a very life-changing kind of time when I figured out what worked best for me, supplements-wise, diet-wise, movement-wise. And you are being called to go through this next epiphany again, even if once you already decided to like try vegetarianism or veganism or gluten-free, or you decided you were going to start working out or lifting weights. There are certain cycles in your life in which you have to reconfigure and find a new way that works optimally for you. There are times where you have to readjust, and also making your own meals, bringing those to school, to work, to wherever you're going. If you work for yourself, doing the meal prep, making sure that when you want a snack, when you're feeling hungry, you're just not going to the cupboard and just grabbing the bag of chips or the chocolate bar or, you know, the Coke, the Diet Coke, whatever it is. Make sure that you are meal prepping even beverages if you can. If you're the type of person who doesn't like drinking water, you can meal prep teas. Okay, you can pre-make tea, put them in your fridge in cute bottles, and there you go. You've got iced tea. So when you open your fridge and you feel like just having something fun that isn't water, trust me, I know the feeling, then you just grab one of those bottles. It's like a homemade replacement for unhealthy sodas and juices and sugar-filled drinks. So let's move a little more deeply into your reading and see what else Spirit is revealing to you. By the way, my Pastel Journey Tarot deck, I mentioned this during the intro, which I'm just about to use. It has officially restocked just a day ago. So many have sold already. I don't know if people had a reminder on it or something for when it restocked, but don't say I didn't tell you so. I'll leave the link below in the description box because this deck is, I mean, you can see it. It is extremely epic. It is so cute, and it's such a contemporary fun take on tarot. Now, the card that popped right out of the deck as I was shuffling was the Two of Pentacles. Oh, and it's also very inclusive, you guys, when it comes to different body shapes, skin tones, hair textures, even like sensual orientations and gender fluidity and everything like that. I wanted this deck to feel very fun and inclusive and like everyone could see themselves in it. So the Two of Pentacles is a representation of there forever going to be a quote-unquote struggle between life and work. There will forever be a certain strain there. There will forever be a part of you that is going to struggle unless you just figure it out once and for all. There will forever be a part of you that will struggle with your body image, with your weight, with how your body looks, unless you put a stop to it. And your spirit guides are trying to tell you the only way that something will change is if there is change. And that change comes from you. So as we've got here in the making a meal, a lot of, you know, fibers and vegetables and fruit, paying attention to your diet in the sense of understanding that it may not be as fun to make a meal, to meal prep, to cook a lot from at home, but sometimes that's the only way that you can actually change something. So we've got the Eight of Pentacles and the Four of Pentacles. The Eight of Pentacles shows you getting really good at cooking different, very flavorful, amazing meals to the point where you don't even want to go out and eat anymore, like you would rather cook in. And the Four of Pentacles also shows that you'll be able to hold on to a lot more of your pentacles, which represents material resources. So in the end, you'll actually have a lot more time and money left over because you're doing a lot of things by yourself. You're entering this DIY stage and phase of your life, and you will have a lot more time because when you effectively meal prep, it actually takes you a lot less time than going out to eat. Just think about it. You have to get ready, you have to go to the place, you have to sit down, you have to wait to be served, you have to wait to pay, and so on. It's not that much faster. Like people make it seem. If you've meal prepped, you just literally take it out of the fridge, you heat it up. That's what, 2 minutes? If you even need to heat it up. And the Four of Pentacles, furthermore, of course, you'll also save a lot of material resources in the sense of money, because when you meal prep, for example, if potatoes are one of the ingredients, you can buy a huge bag of potatoes for just a couple dollars, and you can meal prep for a whole week with those potatoes, right? With a few other ingredients, a very healthy meal can cost like $5, whereas if you would have the same meal eating it out, perhaps you would pay 20 or 25, and then you still need to tip, and then there's still taxes and this and that. So it really is helping you in every sense of the word, not only your health, not only your time, not only your finances. And this is the solution that your guides are laying out to you to take away stress from your work-life balance, constantly feeling tense and constantly feeling like you are everywhere but at the same time nowhere. It's this planning ahead, it's the making the meal, it's the making sure that you're preserving all of your earthly kind of material things that you have, everything that's finite, whether it's money or time. And sometimes putting in a little bit more upfront, like planning the meal prep, so planning what you're going to purchase, and obviously it takes a little more time to meal prep than to just cook one meal, but overall, when you boil it down to the individual meals that you have then made, you have saved so much of your resources. And the Eight of Swords shows us here that because you are not used to that, because you would have to figure it out by yourself, sometimes it feels as though there is some sort of constraint. Right? It can feel as though, well, I don't have the time, or I don't know how to do it, or I don't have the motivation. All of these are just self-limiting beliefs. The Eight of Swords is symbolic of self-limiting beliefs, and there's a reason why you are here receiving this message right now, group number 4, and it is because your guides want you to become crystal clear on the fact that some of the things holding you back have nothing to do with the truth. The truth is you can have an amazing work-life balance. The truth is you can have a job that pays amazingly well, a career that's fun, and where you can afford anything that you want, and you have time to spend with friends and family. The truth is you are intelligent enough for that. The truth is there is nothing stopping you other than your mind, other than your own self-limiting beliefs. The truth is, it's been done before. Why couldn't it be done again by you? So that's what I'm getting here in the Eight of Swords and the Two of Pentacles as a message that you had to receive. And it's not that you don't know this. It's not that you think to yourself that you're not capable. It's just at times we have to hear it in a different form from a different person. And at times we have to just listen in when we are ready to receive the information. Because if someone is trying to force this information onto you, but you're not ready to receive it, it's not going to be helpful. It's not going to help you to actually find the balance, to actually be who you want to be. And here within the Eight of Wands, you are the kind of person where nothing happens for a really long time until you get that like spark of inspiration, and then all of a sudden everything happens extremely quickly. Then all of a sudden you do things and it's like with lightning speed, everything happens immediately. And group number 4, money loves speed, success loves speed. And I want you to understand here that that is an aspect of you that is really inspirational, because you put thought into things, and then once you start, you're really committed. Once you start, whoever is dealing with you can actually count on you to follow through. I see that also in your relationships. You will not get into a relationship just like that or super easily. You will not risk your mental or, before you will risk your sensual health, your intimate health, you will really take a good look at who you're dealing with. But then once you're all in, you're all in. You're not looking at other people. You're not flirting with others. You're not seeing where you could perhaps have a relationship that is more beneficial to you. Like once you're in, and no matter the challenges, you will find a way to work through. You more often than not have this issue that you're dealing with people who don't have the same follow through and who say that they're all in, who say that they have the same dedication that you do, but in actuality they don't. And that's where I see here in the Five of Wands and this apple that has this like green kind of gooey stuff on it. That's where you often see the truth in people, and that makes you feel a little bit disappointed in humanity, group number 4. There's no other way to put it, because you can tell that not everyone has the same heart as you do, and because you have this insanely big, dedicated heart, and once you care for someone, like once you love someone, you'll always love them, even if you have to love them from afar. And you really think that other people have the same heart that you do, and then when you realize that in actuality they don't, it definitely is something that feels a little disappointing, but it also reminds you that going into relationships with expectation is something that perhaps you can save yourself a lot of heartache when you don't do that anymore. And ooh, okay, we've got the Death card, which is a very clear sign at this point of your reading. Just let go, let it die, let the image of who you made people out to be, just let it disintegrate. Especially in love, one thing that I'm getting here is that you see the potential, you see what it could be, you see the fact that, okay, they can literally have this amazing relationship with you. You could have a forever connection. You can build a home. You can build a business. You could be healthy together. You can do so many beautiful things with this person. And then here within the Death card, the thing is, all of that has the contingency of them seeing it the same way, them having the same follow through that you do, and the same dedication. And it's rare to find that, group number 4, which is why your guides are trying to say to you so often, when you think someone is special or you found a special person, actually what makes them special is you and the special thoughts that you have about them and who they can be. The fact that you see so much potential, that you see so much that they could become, that is what makes them special. In actuality, though, the reality of 95% of people is that they are not who you're making them out to be in your head. They are not who you wish that they were. And that's where your guides are trying to communicate to you. Just let it go. Stop trying to turn someone into something that they are not. For you, okay, you are ambitious, you're independent, you've always wanted more for your life. You've always wanted more for your existence. But not everyone is ready for that. Not everyone is like that. And some people, they would rather live a more sedentary or boring life or an unhealthy life than actually confront the uncomfortable changes that have to be made in order for them to become this person that they could be, to fulfill their highest potential. Not everyone wants to do that, and you can't save everyone, group number 4. I know you wish you could. I know you would like to take everyone with you on this journey, but you will just tire yourself out by trying to do that. So don't even tire yourself out trying to take someone with you on this journey to growth, to self-discovery. If they are not ready, you're just going to be wasting your energy, which could be invested in yourself. So we're not doing that anymore, group number 4. I see here in the 6 of Wands that you are literally like this gorgeous fairy in people's lives, people who know you. They're like, literally, group number 4 is the kindest, most sweet person I've ever met and I've ever known. That's what I see here in the 6 of Wands. And the thing with you is that, don't worry, group 4, you are always this open door that people can come through and let you know when they would like help, when they would like support, when they're ready to delve deep. So let people have that time, because sometimes, because you're the kind of person who likes to confront things, you don't like to let things sit or stew. You don't like to be in situationships, whether it's a friendship or a romantic one, where nobody knows where they stand and there's no clarity and so on. Yeah, you are the kind of person who appreciates clarity, but some people, group number 4, and you have to remember this, some people need more time than you. Some people also, they see this as a protection mechanism. Not having clarity to them means that they don't have to face any issues or any problems. And you are just built from you are like cut from a different cloth than these type of people. So in the meantime, beautify yourself. Group number 4, have fun in your beauty rituals, have fun with them and engage in them regularly. It's not vain, it's not shallow. When you take care of yourself, your skin, your nails, you take your supplements, you moisturize, you do oil treatments with your hair, you just do all of these beautiful beauty rituals, you feel good from the inside out too, because you're taking excellent care of yourself, and it reflects in your confidence, it reflects in how you interact with other people, because it also takes away insecurity, because you have nothing to be insecure about, because you are operating your body on the highest level also when caring for it. So your beauty ritual is insanely important. Some of us have been blessed with people in our families, often mothers and grandmothers, who show us beauty rituals. Some of us had to learn and adapt certain beauty rituals ourselves, also depending on your ethnic background too. For example, I am mixed race. I'm half Swiss and half Nigerian. Thankfully, my mom is Nigerian, so she knows how to deal with curly, kinky, coily hair. So I had her to teach me that, but not everyone is as fortunate, and some of you will have to learn it all by yourselves, or you'll have to ask someone who is not necessarily like your mother or a close relative, and find tips online or from others who look like you or who have the same issues as you. You may have, for example, alopecia or psoriasis, or you may deal with really dry skin, and maybe nobody else in your family deals with that. Maybe you have hormonal acne and there's no one close to you who can really relate to that, but that doesn't mean that you can't find resources to create a beauty ritual that works for you, because there's no one size fits all. So also don't listen to someone who hasn't started from the same place that you have. If you, for example, and I just want to put a trigger warning out here, any of you who are sensitive to, mental struggles and so on, maybe this part of the video might make you feel uncomfortable, but we are here to go deep, group number 4, so I wouldn't recommend my channel anyways if you get triggered by even just talking about realities of people's minds and what goes on in their minds. So if you struggled, for example, with an eating disorder, then getting a coach, a dietitian, a personal trainer, and having a set meal plan, that may really trigger you. That may actually trigger your disorder to find strength again, to come back up for you. That may even make you feel nervous because you don't want to start overthinking food and a training plan and everything. You would rather just go with intuitively eating, intuitively moving your body, because you know that you struggle with that. That's your own little place where you just have to say, you know what, that approach wouldn't work for me. Maybe it works for someone who has always had a normal or healthy relationship with food, or a relationship with food where they didn't overthink how it would make them look, if they would gain weight. Sure, that might work for that kind of person. But once you've dealt with struggles that others can't understand, you also have to have the strength to say, you know what, this approach might work for the average person, but due to my traumas and my struggles, I'm going to approach this differently. Next up, we have connect with crystals and master number 11. Group number 4, your guides are trying to communicate to you that it is time for you to welcome a new crystal into your crystal family. It's time for you to bring new crystals into your collection. I love shopping for crystals. It's my favorite thing. There is like a local crystal shop not too far from where I live, and I love going there, even if it's just to look, even if it's just to have a little glance at what's new. Connecting with crystals makes me feel so whole and makes me feel, in a way, like warm on the inside, warm and fuzzy on the inside, which is so funny because you would think, oh, well, it's just a stone. And isn't that like the stereotype that people have of stones, that they're cold, right? As cold as stone. But it's funny how crystals actually often invoke a feeling of warmth, tenderness, love, connections within us. And I truly do believe that it's because as human beings, we've always felt this connection to these shiny objects, these crystals, because they are valuable, because they're rare, because the earth has produced them over the course of many, like thousands of years. So connecting with crystals is extremely healing to you, and also placing a crystal on your belly, meditating on it and using it to heal you. That is your connecting to your womb chakra area. So we have CSA. So one thing that I get here is SAC as well. So making sure that you're not bottling up your emotions into a bag that is kind of just going to create distress and dis-ease. All right, so taking things out of the bag. Sac is also, bag in French. So that's what I'm getting here. Also, self-agency concept. I teach that in my Psychic CEO entrepreneurship membership, because I know a lot of you are aspiring entrepreneurs and you want to unify your spirituality with your entrepreneurial ventures and endeavors, and there was nothing like that out there, which is why I created Psychic CEO for all of us to have as a safe haven. And I can't wait. Tonight actually is another live. Every Sunday I go live with you guys and I teach you new techniques in our webinars, and I read your tarot and oracle cards. So again, it's the unification between me teaching you how to increase your financial IQ and become more financially free and build your business based on the fact that I have built my businesses. So I'm not just coaching off of something that I have no experience off of, but I'm unifying that with tarot, oracle reading, spirituality, because that's how I became successful. That's how I created my business. So I know if it's possible for me to feel like I am in alignment with my spirituality and my business, that it is possible for you to build that type of business as well. And then we have RNN. So coming back to SAC first. SAC, self-agency concept, that is what you have to work on, and I have modules on that in Psychic CEO. And I'll leave that link below for any of you who are interested. That is your concept of yourself, that when you learn how to modify that, when you learn how to align your concept of yourself with your goals and your dreams, you become one with that. So it's basically a manifestation technique. And having that in correspondence to, then we have RNN. So what I'm getting here from RNN is that there's some sort of like running, there's some sort of like something that has to happen with speed again. And we also have Ron. All right, so running and Ron being a name that can help you to change your self-agency concept. So I want you to understand here that also trying to fit into the norm is something that you should just stop doing. Okay, stop trying to fit into the norm. Stop trying to fit into a space that is way too small for you, group number 4. And when it comes to foods, since foods came up so much, one thing that I am also getting here is corn. So corn being a very healthy alternative for you to use and for you to incorporate into your diet that you didn't know that you would actually like quite a bit. So adding that to a salad, adding that to a soup, it's going to be very nourishing. And then with San Diego, sand, sandiness, warmth, being in warm climates and warm weather, that is extremely healing to you. So perhaps you have been considering moving to a warmer climate. Perhaps you have said to yourself that you're going to spend more time in the sun, in the warmth. Make sure you use SPF, group number 4, and know that that is also extremely healing to your body. Now, group 4, I have a few more messages that I can sense coming through. I will clear the space and cleanse it one more time. You don't have to lift a finger as per usual. Just continue to relax, to enjoy your reading, and I'll be right back for us to delve just a little more deeply into everything that you need to hear right now. Welcome back, group number 4. Did you miss me? Let's delve more deeply into your reading, shall we? I absolutely love how we can go so in depth within these predictions and how everything that you need to hear is being unraveled and brought to light. So we've got space, time, and self. Trust in the places you feel guided towards. Trust in where you feel guided to live and travel to. One of the places on my traveling list is I definitely want to visit Japan at some point. And I would also like to visit some more parts of the United States. I would like to visit India. I would like to go to more parts of Southeast Asia. I would like to do Indonesia. Also, South Korea is another one that I really, really want to go to. Perhaps maybe Mongolia, perhaps some other places in which you can find a completely different culture and a completely different mindset that will broaden your horizon. But maybe you will even find that you've got a place where you want to settle down, where you want to be. And a lot of people, for example, in Switzerland, they go to warmer countries, they go to countries that are cheaper, that are more affordable. I want to remind you of the fact that just because you were born in a place doesn't mean that that's where you belong. It doesn't mean that that's where your soul craves for you to be. And sometimes part of your life's mission and your journey is to go from where you were born and where you were raised, to discover other places, to travel, to be fearless. And your guides are trying to say to you here in your next message in the sun, be patient. It will come. All right. If you feel right now like you're so far away from actually moving abroad and from having your own home and from feeling at home in a different place, being quite literally in the sun, in a warmer climate, in a tropical place, be patient. It will all come. Your manifestations will make their way to reality. The more you rest in the feeling of them being true and the more you believe in your manifestations. And it's important that you are patient with the fact that everything will take X amount of time to sort itself out, but you can make that time go by more quickly by actually letting go of this pressure and this stress of needing for it to happen quickly. And everything will come when the time is right. Perhaps if you would have moved to Thailand or Bali or Costa Rica way sooner, perhaps you wouldn't have found the perfect home, or perhaps you would have gotten sick and then you would have had to come back home to wherever your initial home was because it just wouldn't have felt right. You would have felt unsure. You would have felt like maybe this isn't for me. So know that everything happens in divine timing. And here within the Lover, it's safe for you to surrender to the good feelings. It's safe for you to move to another place because you met someone, you're in love. Perhaps you feel very closely connected to the communities there. You feel closely connected to other people. Can we also normalize moving not just for romantic love, but for community, for connection to other people? Even how is it that it's okay or it's considered normal to move countries and continents for romantic love or for jobs, but not for best friends who often are there for us through thick and thin and are in our lives way longer than jobs or husbands or romantic connections or whatever it may be? I would like to see us normalize going to a place where we feel safe and where we feel really cherished, rather than it being so normal to do that for love, but not for a place in which we feel even more confident, even more safe than with a lover. Because a lot of people, they move even though they're not even sure, is their partner cheating on them? Is this relationship going to even last that long? So we have D and I. So again, this San Diego, but what I am also getting is this DI in the sense of like India might be part of DI Indonesia as well. So it is really this whole vibe of jungle, of warm, of exotic feeling, and a life that is a little slower. That's what I can see here that you're being called to, and that would be extremely healing for you, group number 4. So let's see what else that Spirit has to say in regard to this, as I can feel there is just a little more to be revealed for you. Group number 4, we have deep breathing. Breathe deeply. Take the deepest breaths you've taken all week, group number 4, and feel into the visualization, if you can close your eyes right now, of where you would like to be. Is it maybe a beach? Maybe it's in the Maldives. Maybe it is somewhere on a hammock. Perhaps you are in a beautiful tree house somewhere with the love of your life. Breathe deeply into that vision. Oh, all right, we have some more cards that need to speak. And one thing that I want you to do is to ground yourself and to journal. That is an important aspect of this. Ground yourself by breathing deeply, and then journal your thoughts about your dreams and where you just went in your deep breathing and dreaming sequence. Journal by keeping these thoughts safe, but also you will be surprised about how many things you wrote down you actually do end up manifesting. And an important aspect for you to take care of is to clean your current space. What you have to hear right now is that while you're cleaning your space, while you're deeply within just like cleaning, reorganizing, you will have an idea of how you can actually make this a reality. Your travel plans, your living abroad plans, either forever or temporarily, your just living your best life and living in your best health plans, you will have this spark of inspiration come to you next time that you are cleaning, next time that you are fully immersed in beautifying your space and making it a very sacred kind of environment for you to be in. You will have a great idea of how to make it a reality that you will then act upon. Group number 4. So don't see cleaning your space as a chore. I want you to know that you'll get the best ideas when you do so, because it is a time of reflection. Reflect, reflect, reflect. Write things down as you're reflecting, group number 4, because you are right now in a phase of your life where you are having these extremely life-changing ideas that will just create so much more joy within your life and within your existence. Remember, the goal is joy. The goal is happiness. The goal is you enjoying your life. However that looks for you, have joy within your life. Also, no matter whether you're going through a time of dealing with acne, of your hair not looking the way you want it to look, of your body not looking exactly how you want it to be, don't allow that to take away from your sacred joy, group number 4. Have joy through it all. The journey is the destination. One day, this day, is going to be part of the good old days, and you're going to wish that you loved yourself and had the confidence and enjoyed yourself to the max. Now, group 4, this is the reading that I've received for you. I trust that you found this insightful and that it resonated. Do leave a rainbow emoji below in the comment section as a culmination of the fact that you watched your reading all the way to the end. That's the only way anyone would know that you're part of group number 4. That's if they were part of group number 4 and they watched their reading all the way up until the end as well. Also, be sure to consider subscribing to my channel if you watched your entire reading and you're not yet subscribed, because we clearly vibe with one another. You clearly vibe with my reading style, and perhaps there will be upcoming videos that will be of insane value to you that I am about to upload onto my channel. Any resources you may need are below in the description box. Also, some of these decks are linked because they're from smaller creators, which I want to support. And wherever you are on this beautiful planet, no matter what time it is, group number 4, know that I'm sending you love and hugs, and I cannot wait to connect with you during one of our upcoming readings.